Have you ever laid in bed, staring at the ceiling, unable to turn your mind off? Thoughts looping, regrets from the past, fears about the future, imaginary conversations that never happened. It doesn't matter how tired your body is, your mind keeps going. You're trapped in a cycle of overthinking, and night after night it steals your sleep, your energy, and your peace. Most people believe they need more time, more answers, more control. But the truth is, they don't need more. They need less. Less mental clutter, less emotional weight, less noise. You see, overthinking isn't caused by a lack of intelligence. It's caused by a lack of discipline. The mind, left untrained, will spiral. It will grab onto every worry, every mistake, every possible outcome, and turn it into a storm. But there's a way out. That's where Stoicism comes in. This ancient philosophy isn't just for scholars. It was built for warriors, for rulers, for anyone who needed to stay calm and clear in the middle of chaos. The Stoics didn't try to control the world. They trained themselves to control how they responded to it. They didn't waste energy on what they couldn't change. They learned how to let go. And now, so can you. For the next 4 hours, you'll be exposed to timeless Stoic training, mental conditioning designed to help you stop overthinking, release mental noise, and finally, sleep with peace. As your body rests, your mind will begin to reset. It will start learning how to pause before reacting, how to let go of what doesn't serve, how to focus only on what's in your control, and release everything else. You won't be forcing your thoughts into silence. You'll be guiding them back to stillness, because overthinking isn't just a habit, it's a pattern, and patterns can be broken. Each Stoic lesson you hear tonight is a tool to clear out confusion, to dissolve self-doubt, to calm your emotions and bring your mind back to center. You're not just listening, you're training, and by the time you wake up, your mind will be lighter, your thoughts will be clearer, and the weight you've been carrying will finally be gone. Let's begin. Have you ever felt like a ghost, invisible and forgotten, simply because someone chose to create space between you and them? It's a strange kind of silence, one that can make you feel like the air around you has thickened. But here's the truth. This is not the end of your world. Maybe your mind jumps into overdrive, spinning 1,000 stories, blaming yourself, believing you're the reason for the distance. You convince yourself that something is wrong with you. But take a deep breath. Sometimes what seems like absence is really just silence filled with meaning. And in today's video, I want to help you navigate those moments when someone begins to pull away. I'm going to share 9 powerful lessons that are worth their weight in gold. Don't miss the final one. It carries a truth so striking that it may just leave you speechless. Stoic philosophy reminds us of something essential. You can't control what others choose to do, but you can always control how you respond. What if, instead of seeing this distance as abandonment, you saw it as a chance to focus on something that truly matters, reconnecting with yourself? In those quiet spaces, when you stop chasing answers, you uncover something priceless. Your value is not defined by who pays attention to you. Let go of the habit of letting other people's silence poison your self-worth, because no good ever comes from that. And now, listen closely to what comes next. But before diving into the core lessons, I want to share a story that will help you grasp the wisdom embedded in this message. In a time long ago, nestled in a mountain village bordered by rivers, lived a woman named Mariella. Her soul was quietly aching because someone she deeply cared for had started to drift away from her without warning, without explanation. Mariella felt abandoned, confused, lost in an emotional fog. Every day, she drowned a little deeper in her own sadness, desperately trying to understand why she had been pushed aside. One day, in search of peace, she wandered through the forest, letting her feet guide her where her heart could not. There, beside a flowing river, she came across a wise old man who lived in a simple wooden hut. He saw the pain in her eyes and asked gently, "My child, what burden are you carrying in your heart?" Mariella, with tears streaming down her face, shared her sorrow and the silent wound of being ignored without cause. The old man listened intently, his face calm, nodding as she spoke. When her words ran dry, he began to tell her a story. Long ago, in this very forest, there stood a magnificent tree. Its branches stretched wide, its leaves sparkled under the sun. Birds from everywhere came to rest on its limbs, building nests, finding refuge. It was the tree of life and comfort. But as time passed, some birds stopped returning. They flew elsewhere, leaving the tree with empty branches. The tree felt sorrowful and questioned itself. What had it done wrong? Mariella was captivated, hanging on the old man's every word. He continued, "One day, a gentle breeze swept through the tree's branches and whispered, 'Do not grieve for the birds that leave. They fly according to their own needs. But you, dear tree, must keep growing. Keep reaching toward the heavens and digging your roots deep into the earth. Those who truly value your shelter will always return.'" Yeah. In that moment, something shifted inside Mariella. She began to see her own pain from a new light. She realized she couldn't control the actions of others, but she could grow stronger, just like the tree. With gratitude, she thanked the wise man and returned home carrying a sense of peace she hadn't felt in a long time. The lesson here is clear. When someone pulls away or starts to ignore you, it's not your role to chase after them or twist yourself into knots asking why. Your true task is to keep growing, keep being you. Trust that those who genuinely see your worth will always find their way back. And with that, we begin with the first of our essential insights. If these reflections speak to you, I invite you to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss the next piece of wisdom. Let's begin. Have you ever experienced someone withdrawing from you without offering a reason? That sinking feeling of being left hanging, of being overlooked, is a deeply uncomfortable place to be. You start spinning tales in your head, wondering what you did to deserve such detachment. Your mind becomes a movie producer, creating scenarios so exaggerated that even Hollywood would shy away. But what if silence wasn't rejection? What if it was simply a pause, a space for breath? Silence, as the Stoics wisely taught, carries a value far beyond mere absence of sound. It's easy to misinterpret someone's distance as a sign that something is wrong, as if relationships were equations. Someone ignores you, therefore something must be broken. But human emotions aren't equations. Often the stories we tell ourselves are nothing more than distorted reflections of our own fears. Maybe the person who pulled away is struggling with something internal, something you can't see. Perhaps they need space, not from you specifically, but from the world in general. Think about it. Haven't you ever craved solitude, a break from conversations, responsibilities, even your own thoughts? The need to retreat doesn't make you strange. It makes you human. Sure, sometimes people distance themselves for less noble reasons, but before jumping to conclusions, why not approach the situation with compassion, both for them and for yourself? This is where the Stoic lens helps. It teaches us not just to step back from others, but to observe our own storm of emotions. How you react to silence is where your power lies. If you assume rejection every time someone takes space, then that becomes your reality. Try a different perspective. Instead of diving into panic and self-blame, view the silence as a mirror. What does it show you about your own expectations? Let your thoughts breathe. Don't be so quick to fill the silence with fears or assumptions that may have no grounding in truth. Sometimes the quiet between two people is simply that, quiet. It doesn't have to be ominous. It might even be necessary. Silence doesn't always mean detachment. It can be a sacred pause, a moment for both sides to reflect, to heal. So, the next time you feel yourself slipping into the anxiety of being ignored, just stop, breathe. Maybe, just maybe, that silence is the very one you would wish for if the noise became too much. To truly understand silence is to practice patience with others and with yourself. Epictetus once said that silence is not always empty. Sometimes it's the space where the soul returns to itself. Now, have you ever felt that gut-wrenching sting of being treated like you don't exist? That piercing sensation when someone's indifference feels like a slap to your dignity. It's a heavy weight to carry, one that makes you ask, what did I do wrong? But here's a radical shift in thinking. Maybe the goal isn't to change other people's behavior, but to strengthen your own self-worth so that their indifference doesn't knock you down like a tidal wave. It sounds straightforward, but anyone who's lived through this knows it isn't always easy to stay composed when you're feeling invisible. Let's be real. When someone ignores you, your mind can become your worst enemy. It invents stories, blames you, fixates on flaws. You begin to doubt your value, wondering if you said too much or not enough, if you became uninteresting or made an unspoken mistake. But chasing these thoughts leads nowhere good. People are complex. Relationships are complicated. Sometimes their reasons for walking away have nothing to do with you. Maybe they're having a bad day, wrestling with something personal, or maybe your paths just don't align right now. So how do you stand tall in moments when the world seems to forget you? That's where the quiet power of self-esteem comes into play. The unshakable belief in your own worth, even when no one else is affirming it. The Stoics taught that true power is rooted within. You can't control how others treat you, but you always hold the reins over how you respond. Think of your self-esteem as a small boat on the open sea. The waves of life, comments, rejections, silence, will toss it around. But if the boat is built strong, it won't sink. You'll still feel the swell, the impact, but you'll stay afloat. That's what healthy self-esteem does. It gives you the resilience to stay anchored even when you feel ignored. It's not about becoming cold or indifferent. It's about not letting someone else's actions define who you are. Just because someone doesn't see your light right now doesn't mean you've stopped shining. Your value remains solid, intact, and waiting to be seen by the right eyes at the right time. Being ignored doesn't take away your value as a person. And if someone has chosen to push you away without giving you any reason, maybe it's a sign to let the wind carry them wherever they need to go, without it steering you off course. One of the quickest ways to tear down your own self-esteem is through constant self-criticism. If you ever catch yourself thinking that you're not enough, remind yourself that these are just thoughts, not solid truths. They don't define who you are. A useful way to deal with these thoughts is to stop and ask yourself, is this actually true? At first it might feel unnatural or difficult, But with time and intention, you'll begin to see that most of these negative thoughts have no solid ground. Often, we're just projecting our own fears and insecurities without any real basis. Instead of telling yourself, "They're ignoring me because I'm not important," shift your perspective and try saying, "Maybe they're dealing with something personal that has nothing to do with me." That small change in mindset can completely transform how you feel. Relationships inevitably influence how we see ourselves. If you're constantly surrounded by people who don't appreciate you or make you feel invisible, it's time to step back and reassess. That doesn't mean you need to cut everyone off immediately, but it does mean you need to become more aware of who brings you light and who drains your energy. Spend more time with those who truly value you, those who see your worth without you having to prove anything. Your self-esteem is deeply impacted by the relationships you invest in, so if someone continuously makes you feel small or unseen, maybe it's time to reduce their presence in your life. Self-compassion is a vital ingredient in maintaining self-worth. Nobody is perfect. We all have low points. We all make mistakes. The important part is how you treat yourself in those moments. Rather than harshly judging yourself or blaming circumstances that are beyond your control, try embracing your humanity, your strengths and your flaws alike. The more you allow yourself to simply be human, the stronger your sense of self will become. Everyone has days when they feel like they're falling short, but those feelings don't define your identity. Practice being kind to yourself, and when you feel ignored or rejected, the solution is not always to change yourself. Sometimes, the real answer is to pause and remember everything you've already overcome. Reflect on the victories you've had, whether it's a big project you managed to complete despite obstacles or a moment when you conquered a personal hardship. When you feel invisible, reconnect with your own achievements. This helps you remember that you don't need anyone else's validation to recognize your own value. Self-esteem grows when you acknowledge your own capabilities. If there's one lesson that stands out, it's this: when someone ignores you, your ability to stay grounded in who you are is what prevents you from falling apart. Self-worth isn't just some nice-sounding idea. It's a practical, life-sustaining tool that helps you steer through even the most turbulent moments. So the next time you're ignored, take a breath, steady yourself, and keep going. At the end of it all, the one person who truly needs to believe in your value is you. Let this sink in. Real courage doesn't come from being praised by others. It comes from that inner knowing that you are deserving of love, respect, and the best life has to offer. It's time to redefine how you see yourself. Isn't it strange how we struggle to understand our own worth, and how we often need someone else to affirm it before we believe it ourselves? Ask yourself, if you feel less worthy just because someone ignores or pulls away from you, isn't that a sign that your sense of value is still too dependent on outside approval? Don't worry, this is something most of us deal with. Society teaches us in subtle and obvious ways that the only way to know we're valuable is through validation from others. But what if that's not true? What if that idea is just a lie we've been told? Maybe, like the Stoics taught, what we really need is to start challenging the stories we tell ourselves about our worth. When someone distances themselves from you, your first reaction might be insecurity. Something went wrong. I must not be enough. That haunting "I'm not enough" thought always seems to show up when life doesn't go the way we hoped. But let me tell you something powerful. That belief starts to dissolve the moment you realize that your value isn't dependent on who stays or who leaves. Imagine what it's like to base your entire sense of worth on other people's presence. It would be like checking the thermometer constantly to see if you feel okay, forgetting that you're the one who controls the heat from within. The Stoics, those wise thinkers who seem to have figured life out, taught us that seeking validation from the outside is pointless. They believed that everything external is just a distraction. The only thing we truly have control over is how we respond to what happens. So when someone pulls away, the real question isn't what's wrong with me, but rather, how will I respond to this? Will you sink into self-doubt or, like a true Stoic, stay grounded and put things in perspective? The truth is, what's happening outside of you doesn't determine your worth. Here's a practical way to look at it. Picture yourself at a party, and that one person who always gives you attention is now talking to everyone but you. Naturally, you might feel hurt, even angry. That's understandable. But what if you shifted your viewpoint? Does it really matter if that person ignores you? Maybe they're just caught up in their own thoughts or dealing with their own issues. The important part is how you interpret that situation, because your reaction is the only thing you truly control. If you take it personally and let it crush you, you're handing over your sense of worth. But if you choose to believe that their behavior doesn't change how you see yourself, that's where your real strength lies. So how do you make this mindset shift? Start by practicing self-compassion. It's a simple yet deeply powerful habit. Every time that wave of insecurity hits, when someone ignores you or makes you feel unseen, pause, breathe, and remind yourself, your value doesn't come from being acknowledged. Get comfortable with your own presence, even when others don't notice you. You don't need to put on a strong front all the time. Sometimes embracing your vulnerability is the most courageous thing you can do. Your worth is yours alone. If someone walks away, remember that it doesn't make you any less. What really matters is how you see yourself. Like the Stoics said, what lies outside of our control is not worth our peace. The only way to live freely and with confidence is to know that your value doesn't rest on someone else's opinion. It lies in the thoughts you choose to believe about yourself. As Seneca once told his students, it is not what others say or think about you that defines your value. It is what you choose to think about yourself that truly matters. Now, let's talk about something just as important, the art of giving space. Have you noticed that the more you try to hold on to someone, the further away they seem to drift? It's like your need to always be near them creates a shadow of discomfort. It's not always because they're forgetting you or finding someone else more exciting, although that's possible, but that's not the real issue. Sometimes, the greatest gift you can offer another person is space. A little distance, some breathing room, or, as the Stoics would say, moderation in your relationships. Because honestly, who really wants someone hovering around them all the time? That constant presence can start to feel like a weight. Just like a plant that grows wild and chokes everything around it, excessive attachment can begin to suffocate the relationship. In the beginning, closeness feels beautiful. The desire to care, to be present, to share, that's all wonderful. But when it becomes a need to constantly be there, pressure builds. And soon, the other person feels trapped, like they're stuck in a web they can't escape. That's when you find yourself being ignored or pushed away, and you're left confused, unsure of what to do. Are you going to wait around like a loyal dog with a ball in its mouth, hoping someone finally turns around and calls your name? Don't do that. No one's asking you to become the soulmate who never lets go, or the overly eager friend who becomes as overwhelming as a live mic on a Zoom call. The key dear friend, is serenity. The kind of peace that helps you understand the unspoken. Because sometimes what's not said out loud still carries meaning, and knowing when to give someone air to breathe may be the most loving thing you can do. Don't stay stuck in place, hoping and waiting for a call or a message that may never come. You're not obligated to be the soulmate who clings relentlessly, nor do you need to become that overbearing person who is always checking in, as irritating as a mic accidentally left on during a Zoom call. The real wisdom here, dear friend, lies in serenity, the kind that helps you realize that not everything needs to be spoken aloud. Sometimes silence and distance speak louder than words. The healthiest relationships allow for space, breathing room, a calming distance where both people feel free and whole, not watched or suffocated. And this isn't about abandoning or cutting off connection. It's about creating a healthy balance, giving the other person space to breathe, to grow, and giving yourself the same. If someone pulls back a little, it's not necessarily a disaster. Maybe they're simply seeking peace, or need time to sort through their own thoughts. It's not always a retreat, but a chance to regain internal balance. In fact, the smartest thing to do might be the exact opposite of what your anxious heart tells you. Stop chasing. Let things unfold naturally. And if that idea makes you uncomfortable, then perhaps it's time to borrow some wisdom from the ancient Stoics, those great minds who understood that emotional self-control and honoring others' boundaries are essential to your own well-being. Letting go isn't about giving up. It's about recognizing that real connection sometimes needs distance to thrive. Think of relationships like the ocean, ebbs and flows, calm waters and storms. You don't have to dive into every crashing wave. Sometimes it's wiser to sit back, watch the horizon, and enjoy your own space. Ironically, it's often in that pause, in that break, that things begin to make sense and align in unexpected ways. So the next time someone pulls away, don't panic. Follow suit, not as a strategy to manipulate, but as a gesture of wisdom and emotional balance. This isn't a game of who cares less. It's the art of honoring space. And as Marcus Aurelius might remind us, sometimes the most powerful act of love is letting go. Still, there's something else you must remember. Don't fall into despair. You may have experienced that sinking feeling, like a forgotten dog, just sitting and waiting, hoping someone notices your pain. It's a very human response to feel like the world is turning away right when you need it most. When someone pulls away or begins to create distance, the first and most important thing is to resist the trap of despair. That anxious, desperate energy can be so strong, and yet reacting from that place only worsens things. It puts you in a vulnerable, needy position, and that imbalance can actually push people further away. First, take a moment to identify what's really going on. We often misread signals and assign exaggerated meanings to simple things. Just because someone hasn't replied to your message quickly or isn't giving you the same attention as before doesn't automatically mean they're ignoring you on purpose. People have their own worlds, their own stresses, their own minds filled with things we cannot see. Their attention may have shifted, but that doesn't always mean their care has disappeared. However, if this kind of behavior keeps happening, if the distance feels like a pattern and not a coincidence, then yes, it's possible there's something deeper. But still, don't rush to conclusions. Don't let panic be your compass. When you move from fear and desperation, you're much more likely to act in ways that make everything worse. You might demand attention, force conversations, beg for clarity, none of which brings closeness. On the contrary, it creates more distance. Picture this. There's a fire, and instead of calming it down with water, you pour gasoline on it. That's what happens when you chase attention from insecurity. Your need becomes so loud, so consuming, that it no longer invites empathy. It causes exhaustion or even annoyance. So what can you do? There's no perfect answer, no magic phrase. But one thing is certain: give space. Yes, it sounds counterintuitive, but Stoic philosophy urges us to accept what we cannot control. If someone is stepping away, you can't force them back. What you can control is your response. Often, the most powerful thing you can do is to allow room for them to think, to breathe, and for you to reflect as well. Giving space doesn't mean cutting off completely or pretending not to care. It's a moment to ground yourself, to prioritize your well-being and guard your self-respect. Don't get stuck in the exhausting game of seeking constant validation. Your worth doesn't depend on someone else's presence or attention. Use this time to reconnect with yourself, dive into the things you love, and reevaluate what you truly want out of this connection. People change. Circumstances change. Clinging too tightly to what you can't control only deepens your suffering. Desperation adds fuel to the fire. If you feel ignored or distanced, don't let that pull you into anxiety. Step back. Let go a little. Let time do its work. In patience and calm, answers eventually emerge, whether it brings clarity or the strength to make a healthier decision for yourself. As the Stoics teach us, silence is not always a sign of neglect. Sometimes it's the very answer your heart is looking for. Now, let's talk about communication and confrontation. You've likely been there, that moment when something's bothering you, but you're unsure whether to speak up or stay quiet. When someone seems to be ignoring you or shutting you out without explanation, the question arises, do I say something or let it slide? Sure, Stoic teachings encourage calmness and warn against letting emotions take the wheel. But sometimes silence doesn't feel like peace. It feels like suppression. We've all faced that moment where we want to shout, "Why are you ignoring me?" Or, "What did I do wrong?" But that's the impulsive voice, the one that creates more noise than resolution. The Stoics understood this well. They warned us not to get swept away by emotional storms. Confrontation, especially when it's emotionally charged, often leads nowhere productive. You can't control how others behave, only how you choose to respond. So before reacting, take a breath, reflect. Ask yourself, do I want this conversation to be a battleground or a bridge? Would it be wiser to step back, think it through, and find a more constructive path? If you still feel the need to say something, don't go in guns blazing. Instead, lean into assertive communication. This doesn't mean keeping everything bottled up, nor does it mean exploding under pressure. It's about balance, voicing what you feel with clarity and respect. For example, instead of saying, "Why are you ignoring me?" try something like, "I've noticed we haven't been as connected lately. Is everything okay?" That opens the door without making the other person defensive. Another approach? Take the first step. If you sense distance, maybe you can bridge the gap, not by chasing, but by showing gentle vulnerability. Let them know you're still open, still willing to connect, even if they've pulled away. Just don't take it personally. Often, people aren't aware they're causing pain. They're lost in their own struggles, and their actions may have nothing to do with you. Not everything revolves around you. This realization is freeing. What truly matters is not winning an argument or proving a point, but preserving your peace and dignity. Real communication is built on mutual respect and self-awareness. Stoicism teaches us that mastering our reactions is the path to true strength. So next time you feel brushed aside, pause. Think. Choose your response consciously. Inner peace comes from mature communication, not shouting, not blame, but quiet strength and honest words. If you can't change someone else's behavior, change the way you respond to it. That is your true power. Finally, consider the value of not chasing. Have you ever stood there, waiting for someone to acknowledge you, hoping for just a little recognition? Have you repeated efforts to grab someone's attention, only to feel like they're more interested in their coffee than your presence? If so, you're not alone. We live in a world hungry for validation and full of loud, flashing distractions. Seeking approval has become second nature, almost like a sport. But what if real strength lies in not chasing? In stepping back from that deep-seated urge to be seen, heard, and acknowledged by others. That craving, if left unchecked, can quickly turn into a trap. The harder you chase it, the more it seems to slip away. And the cruel irony is that in that relentless pursuit, you start to lose sight of what truly matters, yourself. Thinkers like the Stoics remind us that true peace comes from within, from mastering what lies inside us, rather than being ruled by what others do or say. When you place your self-worth in likes, glances, or compliments, you gradually lose your essence. You become like a mirage, existing only through the reflections in other people's eyes. When someone ignores you, the impulse to win back their attention can feel overwhelming, especially if they've pushed you away due to a misunderstanding or simply because they need space. The most instinctive response is to try and pull them back toward you. But have you considered that this might backfire? The more you chase, the more you risk coming across as desperate. Worse still, you miss out on the golden chance to show you're capable of remaining grounded, even when faced with indifference. So how do you shift the dynamic instead of holding on? Try embracing the art of letting go. The first step is accepting what is blatantly clear. We cannot control what others think or feel. This acceptance isn't defeat, it's liberation. It gives you the authority to act from a place of true autonomy. Respect, that rare and coveted quality, isn't earned through chasing or pleading. It emerges when you can hold your own, emotionally balanced, without relying on others' moods. Picture this. Instead of trying to reclaim someone's attention as they drift away, you embody the calm of a river, flowing naturally, adapting, yet never straying from its course. In letting go, you transform into someone who is complete in themselves, someone who doesn't depend on others to feel worthy. And the beautiful twist? That very attitude makes you more appealing and magnetic. It doesn't just bring inner peace, it draws admiration and respect, the kind that you could never gain by begging for approval. The Stoics, especially in times of turmoil like ours, offer vital wisdom. Life is fleeting, and the only thing we truly control is how we respond to what happens around us. When you distance yourself from the compulsive need for approval and begin to cherish your own company, you don't just gain serenity, you inspire others. Your calm becomes noticeable. Your authenticity becomes contagious. And suddenly, indifference doesn't shake you. That in itself garners the respect you once longed for. Stop chasing what evades you. Let go of the attention that was never meant for you in the first place. When you learn to release it all, things begin to flow. Respect and admiration don't come from clinging, they come from being at peace within yourself. As Murphy's Law so cleverly points out, the moment you stop pursuing, that's when you're most often pursued. Focus instead on your own evolution. Have you ever felt invisible or pushed away by someone? It's wild how, in those moments, it feels like your whole world crumbles and you're cast as the lead in a tragic play. But maybe, just maybe, it's time to see beyond that illusion of abandonment and redirect your focus to something far more important: your personal growth. It's all too easy to fall into the trap of overanalyzing someone else's behavior. If they ignore you or take a step back, your first instinct might be to assume it's your fault, that you're lacking in some way. But what if all of that was simply a distraction? What if, instead of spending all your energy on what others are doing or feeling, you redirected it inward towards your own progress? Sure, it sounds almost too easy, but don't be fooled. This is the difficult path that leads to real, lasting peace. Stoic philosophy offers this exact insight. Focus only on what lies within your control: your thoughts, your actions, your emotions. If someone pulls away, that's beyond your reach. You can't force anyone to remain by your side. What you can do is choose how to respond. You could spiral into self-blame, drown in regret, or question every moment, or you could choose growth. The first step toward real growth is learning to detach. That's no easy feat. It can feel as unnatural as being told to stop breathing. But the hidden truth is, once you exhale, you make room for fresh air. Likewise, once you release the need for others' approval, you find something far more precious: your own voice. You begin to move from living to meet others' expectations to living as your truest self. Now imagine that instead of waiting for someone to validate you, you look in the mirror and say, "I'm enough as I am." It sounds like a cheap motivational quote, right? But once you genuinely believe that, the sting of rejection fades. You realize that the only opinion that truly matters is your own, and here's where discipline plays its role. Dedicating time to your growth doesn't mean diving into endless self-help books or enrolling in expensive courses. It's about simple, intentional daily habits: reading a chapter from a book that inspires you, writing your thoughts in a journal, or going for a quiet walk to clear your mind. These small acts allow you to see yourself differently. You're no longer a person frantically chasing outside validation. You become someone who understands their worth, someone whose peace doesn't depend on others' presence or absence. If people choose to walk away, let that be your cue to step into your own growth. Life isn't a competition for attention. The real victory lies in achieving your own inner balance. Eventually, those around you will see that your best self never depended on their approval. As my late father wisely said, "He who focuses on himself has no time to complain about others." Take this as your chance to rediscover who you are. Have you noticed that when someone ignores or distances themselves from you, the world doesn't actually end? Sure, it stings. It's not easy to digest. But often, life delivers its most profound lessons in subtle, sometimes painful ways. So instead of panicking or turning the situation into a dramatic event, what if you used it as a moment to reflect? Not in front of the mirror you use to do your hair, but the deeper one, the one that reveals your soul. Ask yourself, what's really happening inside me? The Stoics talk a lot about accepting what's beyond our control and investing our energy into what we can influence. So when someone decides to pull away, rather than wait around hoping they'll come back or perform emotional gymnastics to win them over, use that space to reconnect with yourself. This isn't about blaming them. It's about turning inward. If something within you needs adjusting, now is the time to tend to it, to bring yourself closer to peace. It might sound contradictory, but when you're constantly surrounded by people, it's easy to lose touch with your own voice. You become so focused on what's expected of you, how you should behave, or the roles you're supposed to play, that you lose your essence. And when someone distances themselves, it grants you that rare chance to hit pause. It's like the universe whispering, "Take a breath, tend to yourself." One of the most effective ways to seize this moment is through introspection. Ask yourself, what do I truly want? Not what others expect of me, but what I honestly desire. When you allow yourself the time and space to explore your own needs and dreams, you realize relationships aren't supposed to feel like burdens. They're meant to be places of shared growth. This is where self-understanding becomes your anchor. It helps you recognize boundaries, those lines you may have unknowingly allowed others to cross time and again. Often, when someone pulls away, it's a signal for you to wake up and start reclaiming your sense of self. But saying, "I'm going to rediscover myself," isn't enough. This journey demands effort, dedication, and radical honesty with yourself. A great place to begin is with journaling. Write down what truly matters to you without fear or judgment. Put your inner truths on paper, whether it's a longing for peace, a desire to heal from a toxic relationship, or simply a need for quiet. This act alone can help you see what's been hidden beneath the noise. Alongside journaling, try meditating on boundaries. Close your eyes and picture an invisible circle surrounding you, one that safeguards your peace and essence. This visualization does more than offer mental clarity. It reminds you that your well-being comes first, and when others cross those boundaries, you'll know how to respond, not react. In doing so, you return to yourself. You stop being lost in what others expect and begin to live from the core of who you are. That's the kind of rediscovery that changes everything. You can finally respond from a place of strength rather than from desperation. Gratitude becomes a powerful ally, especially when we find ourselves caught in the chaos of relationships and the constant influence of others. In the midst of all this noise, it's easy to forget the small things that truly reconnect us with ourselves. Taking time to be grateful for quiet or joyful moments, like getting lost in the pages of a good book or enjoying a peaceful walk alone, can be a gentle yet powerful way to rediscover what genuinely matters and what brings you peace. So when the cold wind of indifference starts to blow in your direction, don't rush to act or chase after what's slipping away. Instead, see this distance as a gift. Stoic philosophy reminds us that while we can't control the behavior of others, we can absolutely control how we respond. If someone distances themselves or chooses to ignore you, it's not a catastrophe. It's an opportunity to come back to yourself, to recalibrate, and to make the inner changes that truly matter. Don't get lost in the external noise. Don't waste precious time trying to decipher what's not meant to be understood. Because at the end of the day, the most important relationship you have, the one that needs your care and attention above all, is the one you have with yourself. When you finally gain clarity about what you want and what you are no longer willing to tolerate, life becomes less complicated, more genuine, and most importantly, more yours. Let me tell you something, my friend, a truth that may sting, but is solid and unshakable. The one who has never learned to be alone will never truly know who is worth having by their side. I want to talk to you about 10 powerful Stoic habits that, if you truly apply them, have the potential to solve 95% of your life's problems. Yes, that's how transformative they are. Have you ever wondered how some people manage to remain calm, composed, and emotionally grounded even when life throws them into chaos? The secret for many of them lies in Stoicism. This ancient philosophy has helped countless individuals find clarity and inner peace. And here's the good news: it's not reserved for scholars or Roman emperors. Its principles are practical, timeless, and incredibly relevant, no matter what era we live in. Best of all, you don't need a philosophy degree to understand or implement them in your life. Let's begin with one of the most essential foundations of Stoicism: learning to control what you can and accepting what you cannot. This is the first Stoic habit, mastering the dichotomy of control. At its core, this habit teaches us to direct our attention toward what lies within our power while letting go of the things that don't. Embracing this wisdom can dramatically reshape the way we approach our problems and challenges. Epictetus, one of the most influential Stoic philosophers, once said, "It's not the events themselves that disturb us, but our judgments about them." This simple yet profound insight reveals a powerful truth. What often causes us stress isn't the situation itself, but how we interpret it and respond to it. Let's take a common scenario: being stuck in traffic. It's a situation that most of us find frustrating. But think about it. Traffic, in and of itself, doesn't hold any real power over you. The frustration arises from your response to it. Maybe you start panicking about being late or feeling like your time is being wasted. But if you apply the Stoic habit of the dichotomy of control, you'll recognize that the traffic is beyond your influence. What you can control is your reaction to it. You might choose to use that time to listen to a podcast, reflect quietly, practice deep breathing, or simply accept the delay with grace. This habit is so effective because it liberates us from needless stress and frustration. When we stop pouring our energy into things we have no power to change, we free up that energy to improve the things we can control. This shift doesn't just make us more efficient, it makes us calmer, more centered, and emotionally resilient. Like a muscle, this mindset strengthens with practice. The more we commit to managing our thoughts, emotions, and behaviors while accepting external events as they are, the more serene and grounded we become. So, how do you bring this habit into your daily life? Whenever you find yourself caught in a difficult or stressful moment, pause and ask yourself, is this something I can control? If the answer is yes, then consider what specific actions you can take to improve the situation. If the answer is no, then your task is to accept it fully and redirect your focus towards something within your influence. This simple yet profound shift in focus can bring a surprising amount of peace. Let's move on to the next habit in our following message. But for now, take a moment to reflect on the dichotomy of control. Start practicing the art of letting go of what's beyond your reach and anchoring your energy in what you can change. You might be amazed at the calm and power you begin to uncover through this one principle alone. Now let's explore another crucial habit: the practice of mindfulness and being fully present in the moment. This is the second Stoic habit, cultivating awareness of the now. It may sound like a modern trend or something associated with meditation, but the truth is, the Stoics were emphasizing this way of thinking centuries ago. Marcus Aurelius, in his famous Meditations, wrote, "Confine yourself to the present." That line is a gentle yet firm reminder that life only truly happens in the present. The past is gone, and the future isn't here yet. all we ever really have is now. Why is living in the present so important? Because it's the only place where we can truly experience life. When we're present, we're more alive, more connected, and more capable of navigating challenges with clarity and grace. Consider how often your body might be in one place while your mind is elsewhere. Maybe you're at work thinking about a past mistake, or spending time with loved ones, but worrying about what might go wrong tomorrow. When that happens, you're not truly experiencing the moment you're in. You're missing out, not just on the joy, but also on the peace that the present moment offers. Mindfulness helps bring us back. It teaches us to engage fully with what's happening both around us and within us. This doesn't mean we ignore the past or neglect the future. It simply means we don't get trapped in them. We learn to observe, to be aware, and to respond with intention rather than reacting on autopilot. This habit works because it gives us clarity. When we're present, we can see things more clearly, including our own thoughts and emotions. This awareness allows us to make more thoughtful, reflective choices instead of impulsive or emotional ones. Being in the moment also opens us up to appreciating life's simple pleasures, things we often overlook when we're distracted or preoccupied. And that appreciation, in turn, nurtures our happiness and sense of well-being. So, how can you begin to practice mindfulness in your everyday life? Here are a few practical ways to start anchoring yourself in the present. Start with conscious breathing. Take a few minutes each day to simply bring your attention to your breath. Notice the way the air flows in and out of your body. This simple act of awareness can help quiet your mind and bring you back into the present moment. Another helpful practice is observation without judgment. When you find yourself in a situation, try to simply observe it without labeling it or forming an opinion. Just notice what's happening without adding your interpretations or emotional reactions. Bring mindfulness to everyday tasks, whether it's washing dishes, taking a walk, or eating a meal. Do it with your full attention. Feel the water run through your fingers. Be aware of every step you take, or savor each bite of your food. By weaving these small habits into your daily life, you will gradually notice a shift in your ability to stay grounded in the present and find more joy in everyday moments. Now let's explore another foundational Stoic habit: practicing virtue. This is one of the central pillars of Stoic philosophy. In the Stoic sense, virtue means living a life of moral excellence, guided by the four cardinal principles: wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. According to the Stoics, virtue is the only true good. They didn't view virtue as a lofty or abstract concept, but as a practical, everyday discipline. To practice virtue is to act with integrity, to do what's right even when it's inconvenient or challenging, and to live in alignment with your deepest values. Why is the practice of virtue so essential? Because it allows us to live in harmony with ourselves and with others. It gives us an inner compass that helps us navigate difficult decisions and remain firm in our principles. Imagine a situation where someone treats you unfairly. Your first impulse might be to respond with anger or resentment, but that reaction only fuels more conflict and inner turmoil. If you choose instead to act from virtue, you respond with patience, compassion, and understanding. This not only preserves your own peace, but may also shift the situation in a more positive direction. Why is this habit so powerful? Because virtue connects us to the best version of ourselves. It enables us to act from a place of wisdom, courage, and love, rather than from fear, pride, or selfishness. When we live by our values, we feel more authentic and fulfilled. And the effect doesn't stop with us. Virtue tends to have a ripple effect. When we act with moral strength and integrity, we often inspire those around us to do the same. Next, we come to the fourth Stoic habit: reflecting on death, also known as memento mori. At first, this might sound a bit dark or morbid, but in truth, it's a practice that teaches us how to live more deeply and purposefully. Marcus Aurelius said, "You could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do, say, and think." This reflection isn't meant to depress us. It's meant to awaken us. It reminds us that life is fleeting and fragile, and that realization can empower us to make the most of each moment. Why is it important to contemplate death? Because it puts everything into perspective. We often spend so much energy worrying about things that, in the grand scheme of life, don't truly matter. But when we remember that our time here is limited, we become more focused on what actually counts: our relationships, our values, our passions. Picture this. You're in the middle of an argument with a close friend. In that moment, being right might feel extremely important. But if you stop and reflect on the fact that both you and your friend have limited time in this life, you might find the clarity to value the friendship over the disagreement and seek a more peaceful resolution. This habit works because it clears the fog from our minds. It reminds us to prioritize what really matters and to let go of trivial concerns. It helps us make choices that bring genuine meaning and fulfillment. So how can you begin to integrate memento mori into your life? Try setting aside a few minutes each day to reflect on the reality that your time is limited. This doesn't have to be a negative or fearful exercise. In fact, it can become a powerful way to appreciate your life more deeply. Let this reflection bring you back to the present. Use the awareness of death as a call to live fully, cherishing the small moments, expressing love to those who matter, and doing the things that bring your soul to life. Make plans for your future, but don't become consumed by them. Live today as though it's your only day, making space for what ignites your spirit and aligns with your values. By bringing the practice of memento mori into your daily awareness, you'll begin to feel a newfound appreciation for each day. You'll start to live with greater intention, clarity, and presence, focusing more on what truly matters. Our fifth habit focuses on building emotional strength, something the Stoics believed was essential for a balanced and fulfilling life. According to their philosophy, having control over our emotions is not just helpful, it's crucial. Seneca once said, "Difficulty strengthens the mind, as labor does the body." This powerful quote reminds us that challenges aren't merely obstacles. They're opportunities to fortify our inner resilience, much like exercise strengthens our physical form. Facing and overcoming difficulties isn't just about endurance, it's about growth. By doing so, we cultivate the kind of emotional strength that prepares us for whatever life may bring. Why is this emotional strength so important? Because our emotions are like the waves of the ocean, sometimes calm, other times wild and stormy. Learning to navigate them is key. We shouldn't be tossed about by emotional turbulence. Instead, we must learn to surf those waves with skill and steadiness. As Seneca suggested, life's hardships can sharpen the mind the same way physical labor conditions the body. Each difficulty we face becomes a stepping stone, making us not only stronger, but also more prepared for future trials. This habit is effective because emotional strength enables us to remain composed and clear-headed, even in the most difficult circumstances. It teaches us to respond thoughtfully rather than react impulsively. And this doesn't mean suppressing or ignoring how we feel. Instead, it's about understanding our emotions and managing them in a healthy, constructive manner. So how can you begin to build this kind of emotional strength in your everyday life? One important step is learning to recognize your emotions. Awareness is the first key to mastering them. When a strong emotion rises within you, be it anger, fear, or sadness, pause for a moment. Give that feeling a name. Simply identifying what you're feeling can offer clarity and reduce its intensity. Another helpful technique is practicing deep breathing. Deep, intentional breaths are a simple yet powerful way to calm your mind and body. Whenever a strong emotion begins to take control, take a moment to pause and breathe deeply. This can center you and restore a sense of calm. Reflection is equally important. Before reacting to a situation, take a moment to ask yourself, how do I want to respond? What outcome am I hoping for? This brief pause allows you to choose a response that aligns with your values and goals rather than acting on impulse. Try also to see the lessons hidden within your struggles. Instead of treating difficulties as roadblocks, begin to view them as chances to grow and develop. Every challenge is an opportunity to strengthen your resilience and increase your capacity to face future adversity. Emotional strength isn't something you develop overnight. It's a lifelong process. But the more you practice these strategies, the easier it becomes to remain calm, thoughtful, and centered, even when life feels chaotic. Now let's move to the sixth Stoic habit: cultivating gratitude. Gratitude is a transformative practice that can shift your entire perspective and significantly increase your sense of happiness. Epictetus once said, "He is a wise man who does not grieve for the things which he has not, but rejoices for those which he has." This quote underlines the importance of being thankful for what we already have, rather than constantly yearning for what is missing. Why is it so important to practice gratitude? Because when we adopt a grateful mindset, our attention naturally shifts from what's going wrong to what's going right. This change in focus not only improves our mood, but also boosts our emotional and mental well-being. Gratitude teaches us to appreciate the simple joys in life and to stop taking them for granted. Think about a typical day. It's easy to become consumed by stress, complaints, or setbacks. But if you pause and reflect, you'll likely find many things worth appreciating. A warm meal, a kind gesture, or a meaningful conversation. Even the smallest blessings can have a profound impact on how we feel. This habit is effective because gratitude grounds us in the present moment and helps us to value the good that already exists in our lives. It enhances our sense of well-being, fosters satisfaction, and brings a deeper awareness to the richness of our daily experiences. Practicing gratitude consistently can even improve our relationships and make us more resilient when life gets tough. So, how can you begin cultivating gratitude in your daily routine? One approach is to keep a gratitude journal. Each day, write down at least 3 things you're thankful for. They don't have to be grand or life-changing. What matters is that you acknowledge and appreciate them. Another powerful step is expressing your gratitude to others. Take the time to thank the people around you. It can be a simple verbal thank you or a written note expressing your appreciation. Doing so not only strengthens your relationships, but also creates a more positive and supportive environment for everyone involved. Finally, spend a few minutes each day reflecting on the good things in your life. You might find it helpful to do this at the end of the day as a way to close it on a positive note. This habit of grateful reflection can shift your mindset over time and help you notice more of the beauty and joy that surround you. Gratitude is more than a fleeting feeling. It's a daily practice that can dramatically enhance your outlook and happiness. I encourage you to begin integrating these practices into your life and watch how your perspective begins to shift for the better. Now, let's move on to the 7th Stoic habit, keeping life simple. In a world that often glorifies excess and complexity, the practice of simplicity offers a quiet kind of power. The Stoics believed that true peace and clarity are found not in accumulation, but in letting go of what is unnecessary. They taught that it is better to live with little and have peace of mind than to possess much and be burdened by worry. This timeless wisdom serves as a reminder that a cluttered life, whether materially or mentally, can cloud our inner peace. Simplicity allows us to focus on what truly matters, bringing a sense of calm and contentment that can't be found in endless striving. Choosing simplicity doesn't mean living without joy or beauty. It means being intentional about what we allow into our lives. It's about clearing away the noise so we can hear our own thoughts, follow our values, and live with greater purpose. This habit of simplicity is a path to freedom, a freedom from the constant pressure to keep up, to accumulate, to impress. And in that freedom, we discover peace. Having little with peace of mind is far better than having much with worry. This powerful quote reminds us that a fulfilling life doesn't depend on an abundance of possessions, complicated routines, or constant activity. In fact, true happiness often emerges from a life of simplicity. But why is simplicity so important? Because it gives us clarity. Simplicity frees us from unnecessary distractions and noise, allowing us to concentrate on what genuinely matters. It reduces stress and makes room for the things that bring us true joy. Imagine having fewer possessions to maintain and fewer obligations to manage. That kind of lifestyle offers more freedom, more space, and more peace to truly enjoy life. When we strip away the unnecessary, we begin to appreciate what we do have even more deeply. This is why the habit of embracing simplicity works so well. It removes the clutter from our lives and minds, helping us focus on our values and priorities. It lets us live with intention, which not only eases stress, but significantly boosts our sense of satisfaction and inner peace. So how can you begin living more simply in your daily life? Start by regularly decluttering your belongings. Let go of anything that doesn't serve a purpose or bring you joy. Keep only what is useful or truly meaningful to you. Simplify your schedule as well. Take a closer look at your commitments and release the ones that aren't truly necessary. Learn to say no to things that don't align with your values. Focus on what truly matters. Identify your priorities and invest more of your time and energy in them. Let go of distractions and tasks that don't contribute to your well-being. Keeping life simple is a habit that brings clarity, peace, and freedom. I encourage you to begin simplifying and observe how much lighter and happier your life can become. Now let's move on to the 8th Stoic habit, the practice of self-discipline. Self-discipline is a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy because it keeps us aligned with our values and goals. It helps us remain on the right path, regardless of external temptations or inner impulses. Epictetus once said, "No man is free who is not master of himself." This quote captures the essence of self-discipline. It is through mastering ourselves that we attain real freedom. When we have control over our thoughts and actions, we're able to make deliberate choices that reflect who we truly want to be. Practicing self-discipline is important because it allows us to resist temptations and distractions that can derail our progress. It helps us maintain focus and persevere even when challenges arise. Think about someone trying to improve their health. Without self-discipline, it's easy to indulge in unhealthy foods or skip workouts. But with discipline, that person can stay committed to their health goals even when it's tough or inconvenient. This habit is effective because self-discipline gives us authority over our decisions. It enables us to act in ways that reflect our long-term values rather than our short-term impulses. The result is a deeper sense of satisfaction and a greater chance of achieving success over time. So how can you cultivate self-discipline in your everyday life? Begin by setting clear goals. Define what you want to accomplish and break it down into achievable steps. This gives you a sense of direction and a clear target to aim for. Next, build routines and habits that support your goals. For instance, if you want to improve your health, set a regular workout schedule and plan your meals ahead of time. Keep track of your progress. Monitoring your achievements can keep you motivated and help you adjust your approach when needed. Practicing self-discipline is a life-changing habit that can help you reach your potential and fulfill your goals. Start weaving these strategies into your daily routine and notice the powerful difference they can make. Now we move to the 9th Stoic habit. Embrace resilience. Resilience is the strength to recover from hardship and continue forward with courage and determination. Marcus Aurelius once said, "The rock is struck and remains, the hammer is worn by it." This quote beautifully illustrates the nature of resilience. Like the rock that endures the repeated blows of the hammer, we too must learn to stay strong in the face of life's challenges. Embracing resilience is vital because life is full of difficulties and unexpected events. Without resilience, it's easy to become overwhelmed or discouraged when things go wrong. But when we develop resilience, we're able to face life's storms with inner strength. Think of a tree caught in a violent wind. Its branches may bend or even break, but the tree remains standing. In the same way, resilient people withstand adversity and continue to grow, even when shaken by life's hardships. This habit works because resilience provides the strength and determination to keep going. It helps us reframe challenges as opportunities for learning and personal growth. Resilience also equips us to deal with setbacks without losing hope or direction. It empowers us to bounce back, often stronger than before. Embracing resilience doesn't mean avoiding pain. It means enduring it with grace and using it as a stepping stone. Life will test you, but with resilience, you can rise above every setback. Keep pressing forward, knowing that every storm you survive builds your strength. Moreover, resilience empowers us to maintain a hopeful and optimistic outlook even in the midst of hardships. It helps us approach adversity not with despair, but with a sense of possibility. So, how can you begin to cultivate resilience in your everyday life? One powerful way is to foster a positive mindset. Keeping a positive attitude and deliberately looking for the silver lining in every situation allows you to view challenges not as roadblocks, but as opportunities for growth and learning. Another essential step is to strengthen your relationships. Surround yourself with people who uplift, support, and encourage you. Meaningful connections with others can provide the emotional strength you need when facing tough times. These relationships act as a safety net, offering comfort, motivation, and perspective during moments of hardship. Equally important is taking care of yourself. Prioritize your physical and emotional well-being. Eat nourishing foods, engage in regular physical activity, and ensure you give yourself enough time to rest and recharge. Caring for your body and mind builds the foundation for emotional strength and resilience. Embracing resilience as a way of life enables you to face adversity with courage and determination. I encourage you to begin practicing these strategies and observe how they influence your ability to navigate life's difficulties with greater strength and resolve. Now let's move on to Stoic Habit 10, Act with Purpose. The 10th Stoic habit centers around the principle of acting with clear intention. The Stoics firmly believed that every action we take should be deliberate and rooted in our deepest values. Seneca captures this idea powerfully when he says that life is like a play. It's not about how long it lasts, but how well it's performed. This quote reminds us that the length of our life is less important than the quality and purpose with which we live it. Why is it so important to act with purpose? Because when our actions are guided by our values and aligned with our goals, we live more meaningfully and authentically. Living with purpose allows us to make the most of our time and energy, giving our life a clear direction. Picture yourself steering a ship. Without a clear destination, you risk drifting aimlessly, wasting valuable time and effort. But if you have a clear destination and every action you take moves you closer to it, your journey becomes not only more efficient, but also more fulfilling. This habit is powerful because acting with purpose brings focus and clarity. It helps us to prioritize our time, our energy, and our efforts. It also enables us to make wiser choices, consistently moving us closer to the life we want to build. Living in alignment with our values gives us a deep sense of integrity and inner peace, reinforcing our sense of purpose. So how can you begin to act with purpose in your daily life? Start by taking time to identify and define your core values and personal goals. Reflect on what truly matters to you. When you are clear about what you value and what you hope to achieve, you naturally gain a sense of direction and meaning. Align your everyday actions with these values and goals. Before making a decision or taking an action, ask yourself, does this move me closer to where I want to be? It is also helpful to regularly evaluate and adjust your course. Take time to check in with yourself, review your progress, and make changes when needed. This consistent reflection ensures that you remain on the right path and can adapt when circumstances change. Acting with purpose is a transformative habit. It can help you reach your goals more efficiently and lead a life that feels more authentic and intentional. I encourage you to begin incorporating these strategies into your routine and watch how your focus, motivation, and overall fulfillment begin to shift in positive ways. We'll continue with the final Stoic habit in the next message. But for now, begin taking intentional actions and notice how they shape your ability to achieve your goals and live a more meaningful life. In the journey of life, there are moments when we feel overwhelmed with sadness and discouragement. These are the times when it feels like the weight of the world is on our shoulders, and the darkness seems to cloud our path. However, even in the midst of these emotional storms, it is essential to remember that we are not alone in our struggles. Everyone faces such moments of difficulty, and it is important to recognize that others have walked similar paths and have emerged stronger. This is why in this video, we have gathered a collection of inspiring and comforting words. These phrases have been carefully selected to accompany you through your emotional journey. I invite you to stay until the end, where you will find valuable words of encouragement to uplift your spirits and strengthen your resolve when you face moments of sadness. If this is your first time visiting my channel, please consider subscribing and liking the video to support me in continuing to create content like this. These words are intended to serve as a balm for the soul, a gentle reminder that adversity is only temporary and that the strength you need lies within you, waiting to be awakened. Whether you are going through a personal crisis, dealing with loss, or simply need a boost of encouragement in your everyday life, these phrases are here to offer you support, motivation, and hope. As you explore the principles of Stoicism, you can learn to apply them in your modern life through our ebook, Stoic Mindset, a guide to contemporary life. You can find the link to it in the first pinned comment to get it now. I encourage you to open your heart and mind to these powerful words. Let them nourish your spirit and elevate your mood. Together, we can transform darkness into light and find the strength to keep moving forward. Let's begin this journey of healing and growth. Difficulties often prepare ordinary people for extraordinary destinies. This is a reminder that your struggles are not in vain. Through them, you will discover your inner strength and resilience. I am grateful for my beginnings, and I continue to fight because without those struggles, I would not have discovered my true potential. Never be ashamed of your scars, for they are proof that you are stronger than anything that once tried to hurt you. When you choose hope, everything becomes possible. You may not realize it yet, but until you are broken, you cannot fully understand what you are made of. It is through breaking that you learn how to rebuild yourself, stronger than ever before. Imagine if you could feel how important you are to those around you, how much you matter in the lives of people you know, and even in the lives of those you have yet to meet. Every encounter leaves something behind, and your story is one of the bravest things you will ever share. Forgive those who insult you, attack you, or take you for granted. But more importantly, forgive yourself for allowing them to hurt you. There is a difference between giving up and knowing when enough is enough. We must understand that no one can save us except ourselves. It is up to us to walk our own path. Our greatest glory does not lie in never falling, but in getting back up every time we fall. The most beautiful people I have ever met are those who have known trials, struggles, and losses, and yet have found their way out of the depths. Even the darkest night eventually ends, and the sun will rise again. Looking back on my life, I now see that every time I thought I was being rejected from something good, I was actually being redirected to something better. Respect yourself enough to say, I deserve peace, and walk away from people or situations that prevent you from attaining it. You cannot begin the next chapter of your life if you continue reading the previous one. Even on the hardest days, there is always something good to find. One of the happiest moments in life is when you find the courage to let go of what you cannot change. Stop focusing on the stress and instead remember the blessings you already have. True courage is not the absence of fear, but the strength to move forward in spite of it. Giving up is the easiest thing to do, but staying strong when everyone else expects you to crumble, that is true strength. Every experience, no matter how bad it may seem, contains a blessing. The goal is to find that blessing. I survived because the fire inside me burned brighter than the fire around me. The most difficult moments often lead to the best times of your life. Difficult situations create strong people, and the struggles you face today are shaping the strength you will need for tomorrow. Don't give up. Take care of yourself and be happy with the beautiful things that make you unique. We need to be kinder to ourselves as we would treat our best friend. Can you imagine how much better we would all be if we did that? Start where you are, use what you have, and do what you can. The word crisis in Chinese is composed of two characters, one meaning danger and the other meaning opportunity. Crisis brings both, and within every challenge, there is the potential for growth. You carry within you good news, the news that you don't yet realize how great you can be, how much you can love, and how much you can achieve. When you make a mistake, treat yourself with love and understanding instead of shame. Breathe, let go, and remember that this very moment is all you have. The only way to truly harness the magic within you is to believe in yourself. You are capable of anything you set your mind to. Love yourself first, and everything else will fall into place. Keep your face towards the sunlight, and the shadows will fall behind you. I admire the person who can smile in trouble, who can find strength in distress, and who becomes brave through reflection. You are braver than you believe, stronger than you seem, and smarter than you think. Winning doesn't always mean being first. Sometimes it simply means improving upon where you were before. Live like nobody's watching. Love like you've never been hurt. Sing like no one's listening. And live like it's heaven on earth. Once you replace negative thoughts with positive ones, you will begin to see positive results. Difficulties prepare ordinary people for extraordinary destinies, and in time, you will see this truth for yourself. Forget past mistakes and failures. Let go of everything except what you plan to do now. There are far better things ahead than anything you are leaving behind. Accept that you won't always make the right decisions. Sometimes you will fail, but failure is not the opposite of success. It is part of it. Once you choose hope, everything becomes possible. You are enough just as you are, and you have nothing to prove to anyone. If people doubt how far you can go, go so far that they can no longer hear them. You don't have to control your thoughts. You just need to stop letting them control you. Inner peace begins the moment you choose not to allow another person or event to control your emotions. No one can take away the dances you've already had, and you have the power to keep moving forward no matter what. Trust yourself. You have survived much, and you will continue to survive whatever comes your way. Life may not have gone as planned, but that's okay. We are all in the mud, but some of us are looking at the stars. I have not failed. I've simply found 10,000 ways that don't work. Consider the postage stamp. Its usefulness lies in its ability to stick to something until it gets there. If you think you are too small to make a difference, try sleeping with a mosquito. Life is like a sewer. What you get out of it depends on what you put into it. I always wanted to be someone, but now I realize I should have been more specific. As long as your desire to explore is greater than your fear of making mistakes, you are on the right path. People often say that motivation doesn't last. Well, neither does bathing. That's why we recommend it daily. Whatever you do, always give 100%, unless you're donating blood. When life knocks you down, look at the stars. This too shall pass, though it may pass like a kidney stone. But it will pass. If you believed in Santa Claus for 8 years, you can believe in yourself for just 5 minutes. Everything is solvable. If you're unhappy with your situation, remember that you're not a tree. You can move. If you're not facing challenges, how will you know your true strength? Life can knock you down, but just like a burpee, push through and remember who you once were. The fastest sperm cell made it to the egg. Don't look back, because that's where you might fall. When life hands you lemons, don't just make lemonade. Use them to surprise someone by squirting them in the eye. If you keep your feet firmly on the ground, it'll be hard to put on your pants. Why stay in a bad mood when you have the power to move and shift your perspective? Never let anyone treat you like regular glue. You are glitter glue, shining and unique. People who ponder whether the glass is half empty or half full are missing the point. The glass can be turned and refilled. It seems that rock bottom has a basement, but remember, the best days are still ahead. They're called Saturday of Saturn. Life doesn't always go as planned, but each unexpected turn just means it's time to move on. Never feel ashamed of who you are. That's your parents' job. When you feel down, don't hesitate to grab yourself, literally. Life will knock you down, but just rise up and tell it. Is that all you've got? Life is short. Smile while you still have teeth. Always keep your head up. Otherwise, you'll just be staring at your chest all day. That's enough for today. Don't take life too seriously. You'll never get out of it alive. And don't forget to drink water and get some sun. You're basically a plant with more complicated emotions. Life is short. Buy the shoes. Life is like a hot bath. It feels great when you're in it, but the longer you stay, the more wrinkled you'll become. Don't put off until tomorrow what you can cancel today. You're not weird. You're a limited edition. You'll be fine. You come from a long line of lunatics. Just like a postage stamp, stick to something until you get there. Live like SpongeBob. Laugh all day for no reason and annoy the mean people with your happiness. Life is hard, but it's even harder when you're stupid. You can't protect yourself from sadness and happiness at the same time. Sometimes sadness flies away with time, and it's okay to cry for someone who doesn't care. Any fool would cry for you. But it takes a man with a true heart to make beauty from what weakens us. Sadness is like an ocean, and some days we drown, while on other days we swim. The word happy wouldn't have the same meaning if it weren't balanced by sadness. Tears are words that the heart needs to express, and sadness is just a wall between two gardens. Don't let it overwhelm you. Sadness also acts as a defense mechanism. The walls we build to block out sadness also keep out joy. It teaches us to be ashamed of our confusion, anger, fear, and sadness, emotions that are as valuable as happiness and inspiration. Feeling sadness and anger can actually fuel your creativity, helping you to overcome negativity. Sadness is painful, but it's a necessary emotion to experience. There are two types of people, those who prefer to be sad with others and those who prefer to be sad alone. Pain often creates our sweetest songs, those that speak of the sadness we feel. It's sad to not love, but it's even sadder to be unable to love. Behind every smile, there's often a hidden sadness that no one can see or feel. Every person carries some secret sadness that the world doesn't know. Sometimes we call a man cold when he's really just deeply sad. In deep sadness, there's no space for sentimentality. Every human carries sadness in some form, even if it's not visible on the surface. It's better to forget and smile than to remember and remain sad. We don't always taste happiness or perfection. Our greatest successes often come with traces of sadness. A good life doesn't escape sadness. It allows suffering to contribute to growth. Boredom, anger, sadness, or fear aren't yours. They're just conditions of the mind. People come and go, but nothing that comes and goes is truly you. When you feel sad, it's okay. It's not the end of the world. It doesn't hurt to feel sad occasionally. In fact, melancholy is a kind of happiness. Sad things happen, yes, but we don't have to live in sadness forever. The good moments of today will one day become the sad memories of tomorrow. Sadness comes when someone you know becomes someone you once knew. Tears come from the heart, not from the brain. A million words couldn't bring back what's lost, and not even a million tears could do the same. Things change and people leave, but life doesn't stop for anyone. I've learned that those who speak of their miseries often hurt others, but those who remain silent usually suffer more. Breathing becomes difficult when you cry too much, and at some point you may just give up. But realize that feeling so much pain can sometimes lead you to feel nothing at all. People keep telling me that life goes on, but to me, that's the saddest part. Life isn't obligated to give us what we expect. We just take what comes and are thankful it's not worse. As the light grows brighter, so does my misery. I wonder how it's possible to feel so much pain when nothing is really wrong. Sometimes you need to listen to yourself and accept that not everyone will understand. Tears are words the mouth can't speak, but the heart needs to say them. Heavy hearts, like the clouds in the sky, need to release their burden. Our pain will eventually lead us to grace. Pain is never wasted. It's part of the process. Every life has its share of sadness, and sometimes it's this sadness that wakes us up. Don't regret what you lose. It will come back in another form. It's sadder to find the past again and realize it no longer fits than to leave it behind as a perfect memory. I always enjoy walking in the rain. It hides my tears. There's nothing sadder than a young pessimist or an old optimist. Sadness usually stems from one of two causes, either failure or the shame of success. There's no greater sorrow than recalling happiness on a sad day. Sadness is one of the vibrations that prove we are alive. When you're happy, you enjoy music, but when you're sad, you understand the lyrics. People don't cry because they're weak. They cry because they've been strong for too long. Life is too ironic to fully comprehend. It takes sadness to understand happiness, noise to appreciate silence, and absence to value presence. Those who have experienced the deepest pain are best able to appreciate the highest joys. When you've suffered enough, each new pain feels both unbearable and trivial. The sky cries for those full of sadness, but sadness also feeds art. Trying to avoid sadness is like trying to avoid life itself. Don't be afraid of tears. They help you see the truth. Through tears, you can also see the beauty of life. The greatest achievements come from overcoming your worst moments. Learning is a gift, even when pain is your teacher. Remember that throughout history, truth and love have triumphed. Be strong now, because things will get better. It may be stormy now, but it can't rain forever. I believe that without understanding sadness, we can't truly appreciate happiness. Nothing heals the soul more than experiencing life in its full spectrum, and nothing heals the senses more than the soul. Maybe we all carry some darkness within us, and some are better at dealing with it than others. Accept it first. Recognize that without losing, winning wouldn't feel as great. Have the courage to say no. Have the courage to face the truth and do what is right, because it's the right thing to do. These are the keys to living with integrity. Master your choices, or they will master you. The art of life is in maintaining the feeling of a wish fulfilled and letting things come to you. Don't chase them. Trust that they're not fleeing. Faith is the belief in what is unseen, and the reward of this faith is to eventually witness what you believe. A happy person is not defined by specific circumstances, but by a particular mindset. Much of our happiness or misery stems from our attitudes rather than our surroundings. A little bit of action is far more valuable than a great deal of intention. The amount of responsibility you take for your own life is directly linked to the extent of change you can create within it. It is our duty as human beings to push forward as though the boundaries of our potential do not exist. We should never entertain negative emotions or think sympathetically about wrongdoing, as this only imprints limitations on our subconscious. Great things are not achieved by impulsive decisions, but by a series of small, consistent efforts. Every obstacle we encounter is an opportunity to strengthen our achievement capabilities. It is important not to wait for a grand event to occur, but instead to begin where you are, with what you already have. This will always lead you to greater things. I consider my ability to inspire others as my greatest asset. The best way to bring out the finest qualities in others is through appreciation and encouragement. Start taking action now towards what you truly want to do. We do not live in eternity. All we have is the present moment, bright and fleeting, like a star that shines brightly before it melts away like a snowflake. Holding on to anger is akin to grasping a hot coal, intending to throw it at someone else. But in the end, you will be the one who gets burned. Reflecting on each day and imagining how you would have lived it differently can be a productive exercise, helping you align your actions with your ideals. When life presents you with real problems, such as an accident or a fire, you have a genuine concern. The rest is just inconvenient, and you should learn to accept it. It is crucial to be willing to start fresh every day, to embrace the beginner's mindset. Don't focus on what the world demands from you. Instead, focus on what makes you feel alive and do it. For that is exactly what the world needs. People who are truly alive. The person who begins by moving small stones can eventually move mountains. I am learning to find joy in all the versions of myself, using every part of me in service of my purpose. I am learning to accept failure as a lesson and to celebrate success with humility. If you can see a path laid out clearly before you, step by step, it may not be your path. The true path is one that you create with every step you take, which is why it belongs to you. When someone reaches out with a listening ear or a kind word, or even just a gesture of understanding toward a lonely person, extraordinary things begin to unfold. Enthusiasm is the spark that makes your hopes soar toward the heavens. It is the flash in your eyes, the rhythm in your walk, the strength in your grip, the irresistible wave of energy and determination that propels you forward. The best parts of a good man's life are the small, quiet acts of kindness and love. True sadness arises when we refuse to accept what we cannot change. Pain is inevitable, but suffering comes from resisting it. Overcoming adversity with serenity is a sign of true strength. Serenity is the art of accepting what is beyond your control and focusing your energy on what you can change. Wisdom lies in finding peace even when times are tough. Sadness is temporary, but serenity is eternal. Suffering is not inherent in pain. It is the result of resisting reality. Acceptance is the gateway to freedom. The true power lies not in trying to control circumstances, but in choosing how to react to them. Sadness is a reminder of our humanity, a signal that we need to make internal changes rather than focus on external factors. Happiness does not come from avoiding pain, but from learning to live with it. True freedom is the liberation from emotional attachments to external conditions. Sadness, like a passing cloud, should not be clung to. Let it pass without holding on to it. Inner peace emerges when we stop resisting what has already happened. Virtue is in finding serenity even when storms are raging around us. Sadness is not a permanent state. It is a temporary emotion that offers us the opportunity for introspection and personal growth. If we choose to learn from adversity rather than be overwhelmed by it, we will emerge stronger. Life is full of highs and lows, and wisdom is in staying calm during both. Pain is unavoidable, but suffering is a choice we can avoid. Sadness is like a storm, but with patience, it too shall pass. Inner peace is not the absence of problems, but the ability to face them calmly. Sadness is an invitation to reflect on what needs to be changed inside, not outside. The present moment is where peace can be found, and it is only by focusing on it that we can find serenity. It is in accepting sadness as part of the human experience that we learn how to live with it. True strength is shown by facing sadness with courage, showing compassion toward ourselves and others. Sadness offers us a chance to grow and learn valuable life lessons. Peace comes from learning to find calm in the emotional storms that inevitably arise in life. The sadness we feel today is an opportunity to practice patience and self-compassion, recognizing that we can navigate it without judgment. In times of difficulty, do not fear being alone. Being with yourself is often far better than being surrounded by people who bring you down. The ones who demand the most from you are often the ones who give the least. Take your responsibilities seriously, but never take yourself too seriously. Fear is not a barrier, but a signal that you care deeply. Do not make permanent decisions based on temporary emotions. If you place someone on a pedestal, you force them to view you from above. People will offer advice based on their own perspective. Take it with caution. Not everything you think needs to be said, and certainly not everything you say needs to be lied about. Remember, light travels faster than sound, which is why some people seem bright until they speak. Happiness is always within your reach, but you owe nothing to your younger self. You owe everything to who you are now. Self-care means realizing that you, more than anyone else, can be your biggest obstacle. Your parents often gave you advice from a place of experience, even if they weren't formally educated. Stop criticizing them when they offer their wisdom. Overthinking complicates everything. It distorts reality, creates unnecessary worry, and makes problems appear far worse than they really are. If you are going to be angry about something, ask yourself if you will even remember it in 10 years. You only have one body. Take care of it. It is resilient, but it will only give you what you give it in return. If someone insists they are telling the truth, it is likely they are lying. Your power and influence lie in how you choose to spend your time. You can ruin your life by trying to play a role, but you will flourish if you embrace your true self. Never compare the behind the scenes of your life with the highlight reels of others. Just because you miss someone does not mean you need them back in your life. Missing someone is part of moving on. When you choose a partner based solely on their appearance, you may enjoy it at first, but when it's time to raise children, you will realize that values matter more than looks. You can't have everything. You always exchange something for something else. To know who your true friends are, look for those who speak well of you behind your back and offer constructive criticism to your face. It's difficult, but it's one of the best ways to use your time. The more victories you accumulate over fear, the more fearless you will become. Never become someone's priority if they only treat you as an option. If you try to be friends with everyone, you end up becoming an enemy to yourself. You were born with 2 ears and 1 mouth. Use them in that proportion. The biggest thing you need to accept in life is change. You don't just live once, you live multiple lives within a single life. Life becomes easier and more beautiful when you can recognize the good in others. You may be able to cut all the flowers, but you can never stop the arrival of spring. Let the actions of others speak for themselves. People will reveal far more about you through their actions than through anything they might tell you. Every moment, every encounter creates dots. Later in life, you'll find that you can connect those dots and understand why you made certain decisions. Commitment is what gets you started. Consistency is what keeps you going, and persistence is what moves you forward. You can fall in love more than once, and that's okay. Don't worry too much when someone you love leaves. Most of the time, it's for the best. If someone tries to bring you down, it's a reflection that you're above them. Never make promises if you don't intend to keep them. It might not mean anything to you, but it could mean everything to someone else. Getting back together with an ex is like washing yourself with dirty clothes. There's no real benefit in revisiting the past. Always keep an open mind. Act like an artist, but think and learn like a scientist. Your purpose isn't something you find in a distant place. It's something you create right where you are, giving it meaning throughout your life. Life can change in an instant. So instead of taking for granted what you have, be grateful for it and do as much good as you can with it. True wealth doesn't come from accumulating material things. It comes from seeking new experiences. Action brings more clarity than mere thought. You can't think your way into a new life. You have to act your way toward it. The life you experience is simply a reflection of your mindset. Don't chase happiness as an end goal. It will lead you to misery. Realize that happiness is the path itself. All you truly have is the present moment. How you use it is all that matters. Be smart enough to ask for advice, but also wise enough to know who to ask. If you can leave a lasting impact on the world, do so. The more grateful you are, the more beauty you will see around you. Life will seem generous, and you will become happier. You won't forget the bad things, but you will stop dwelling on them. Until you reach that point, don't stress too much. Success is not determined by your resources. It's about how resourceful you are with what you already have. Fear limits most people throughout their lives, and it seeps into all their decisions. Do everything you can to control it, overcome it, and celebrate when you defeat it. You can't swim toward new horizons until you have the courage to leave the shore behind. It's never too late to do the things you've always wanted to do. Don't let the naysayers discourage you. They are often just projecting their own insecurities. You can't change what happened, whether it was your fault or someone else's. What's ruined is ruined. Don't get angry about it. Face the challenge. People will always project their fears and limiting beliefs onto you. What you need to do is build a shield against that noise to protect yourself. Don't discuss your past with anyone, because only you know its true meaning, and others may not understand or might even use it against you. Your tomorrow can be very different from your today if you're willing to try. If you keep lamenting what isn't working today, I promise you, your tomorrow won't work either. Brilliance is the embodiment of excellence. I stand out in everything I do. My life is a monument to exceptional greatness. I am growing bigger, and everything is getting better for me. Higher peaks of greatness are mine, both inside and out. I demonstrate excellence, dignity, and nobility of character in everything I do. I live at the pinnacle of greatness and exude excellence in all areas of my life. I have infinite potential and power, and my life reflects this greatness. My successes increase, and my wealth grows with each demonstration of excellence. Everything in my life is exceptional. I love life, and everything I touch turns to gold. I reach superior heights, embodying excellence and absolute greatness. I live as an unstoppable force of infinite greatness. My spirit is aligned with the unique energy of the universe. I am overflowing with infinite power and live with great strength. I am immense in my authenticity and honesty, embracing limitless opportunities within me. The greatness of my experiences continues to unfold before me, creating infinite manifestations of success. Each day, I am reborn to express my supreme being. I attract triumph and prosperity naturally, and I am a magnet for fortune and exceptional opportunities. I act as a driver for excellence, fueling magnificent realities and higher realities. I represent a force of distinction, an engine of positivism, splendor, and authenticity. Everything I do is benevolent, excellent, and great. My thoughts and actions create glorious realities. I am the architect of my destiny, shaping it with purpose toward a beautiful existence. I radiate grace, excellence, and ethics. I am a defender of excellence, a visionary shaping a beautiful future. My excellence shines outward, lighting a path of progress and success. My being is supreme, and I live at my most optimal potential, updated to my highest genetic supremacy. I pledge to demonstrate greatness in all I do, reaching the highest summit of my abilities. I personify excellence, and I will never settle for less than the best. In all of my actions, I embody unlimited potential and power. My achievements continue to multiply, and my life grows with each excellence I reach. Everything I touch turns to gold as I embody exceptional greatness. I live as an unstoppable force of infinite power, embodying transcendence and omnipresence in the purest form of my being. My life is in constant flow, aligned with the universe's energy, overflowing with power and strength. I live magnificently and authentically, always embracing the limitless opportunities that life offers me. I recognize the infinite greatness within me, and it blossoms into reality before my very eyes. People might think they know you, but most only know what they want to know. I've learned that you can't just take from life without giving something back. Instead of worrying about what you cannot control, focus on what you can create. Maturity comes when you stop complaining, making excuses, and start making meaningful changes. Sometimes you'll understand everything immediately, but other times you'll need to wait. Goodbyes can free you. The person you're meant to be is the person you decide to become. If you have a clear purpose in life, you won't need anyone to push you. Your passion will drive you. Life changes for the better when you realize you don't need to know everything, and that pretending you do only hinders your growth. I understand why people smile, why they feel loved, and why they believe in the goodness of humanity. It's never too late to reinvent yourself. Persistence sometimes requires letting go of certain parts of yourself. Obstacles don't have to stop you. If you encounter one, discover how to climb it, cross it, or work around it. You may not always get what you want, but if you try, you'll get what you need. The first step to getting somewhere is deciding that you're not going to stay where you are. The hardest lesson in life is knowing which bridges to cross and which ones to burn. Pay attention to the lessons life offers. They come when you're ready to face your emotions, and doing so will give you more strength and long-term happiness than ignoring them. Stand up for what you believe in. Take good care of your thoughts when you're alone and your words when you're surrounded by others. The problem is, if you don't live your life, others will. Be grateful for what you have now, even as you pursue your goals. If there's one lesson life teaches us, it's that wishing for something doesn't make it happen. Sometimes you won't fit in, no matter how hard you try, and it's better to be alone than to force it. Every journey has its last day. Don't rush. When a door closes, another one opens. But too often, we regretfully focus on the closed door and miss the one that has always been open for us. Trust your instincts, even when others try to convince you otherwise, and never take people for granted. You can never predict when they might leave, and you truly don't realize how much someone means to you until they're gone. Never give up on the people who matter to you. True challenges in life bring the best lessons. Remember, you are the only person who can be both your best friend and your worst enemy, and you have the power to choose which one of these roles dominates your life. While you can't control how others behave, you always have the ability to choose how you respond to them. Don't cry because something has ended. Instead, smile because it happened. Sometimes, you need to lose everything to find out who you truly are. People improve only when they're willing to learn and grow through the difficult experiences life offers. Hard times show us just how strong our resilience really is, stronger than we ever imagined. It's important to speak up for yourself because no one else will do it for you. There will be times when you won't be able to help someone change for the better, no matter how hard you try. Eventually, you'll reach a point where you realize you can't do it anymore, especially if the person clearly doesn't want to change. Your life is shaped by the decisions you make, and there is no set plan, only the consequences of those decisions. Be cautious with your good deeds, as kindness does have its limits. Some people may take advantage of your generosity. You can either become a victim of your struggles or rise from them to become the hero of your own life. Time spent with the people you love is one of the most precious things in the world. It's easy to forget that happiness doesn't come from acquiring what you don't have, but from truly recognizing and appreciating what you do have. Your future is shaped by your past, and understanding this is key to helping yourself. No one else can do it for you. Once you realize this, you'll feel more in control of your life. No amount of anxiety will change the outcome of what's meant to happen. The happiness of your life depends entirely on the quality of your thoughts. Your thoughts are your most powerful weapon against stress. The ability to choose one thought over another is a great tool for peace. I only speak when I'm sure that what I say will be of value. Otherwise, I leave it unsaid. I accept the limitless potential within me and the infinite greatness of my life, which unfolds before me every day. My power is renewed daily, and I manifest my highest essence, naturally attracting success, prosperity, abundance, and exceptional opportunities. I am a magnet for all the good things in life. I am a force of optimism, beauty, nobility, and authenticity. All the excellence and magnificence of life are reflected in my thoughts and actions, which shape glorious realities for me. I reside in constant harmony and live with strength and magnificence. I see myself as truly imposing, with a powerful personality. I am the supreme leader, an archetype of perfection, destined to reach the highest levels imaginable. I consecrate myself to my most sublime self and personify excellence. I am exceptional and outstanding, and my life is a symbol of extraordinary greatness. Everything is improving for me, with each achievement leading to greater progress. I strive for higher peaks and elevated greatness, both internally and externally. I demonstrate excellence, dignity, nobility, and greatness, residing at the pinnacle of all these qualities. I exhale excellence in everything I do. I possess limitless potential, and my existence is a true reflection of magnificence. My success is on the rise, and my wealth is increasing with each new achievement. Progress is constant, making my life overflow with love and superior triumphs. Everything I touch turns to gold, and I am unstoppable in my pursuit of excellence. I nurture thoughts of greatness, ever aspiring to higher levels. I strive for the most sublime greatness I can conceive and reach the supreme heights of my potential. I am already at that point. Everything is mine, and my greatness is manifest. I am infinite, ever expanding, omnipresent in the authentic greatness of my being. I am in harmony with the unique energy of the universe, and I am in a constant state of flow, overflowing with limitless power. I live a life filled with endless potential. Simplicity, patience, and compassion are treasures of the highest value. These three qualities help us to return to our truest selves in both thoughts and actions. Be patient with everyone, both friends and enemies, and accept them as they are. Be compassionate with yourself and reconcile with the world around you. What is good for the hive is good for the bees. The pursuit of justice, acting in ways that benefit the common good, is a noble and virtuous path. In life, it is not enough to seek noble living for oneself, but we must also consider how our actions affect others. We may all live nobly, but we are all bound by time, and none can live forever. In life's race, you must strive to your fullest potential to be victorious. However, it's wrong to trip up others or push them aside for your own gain. Seeking personal benefit is acceptable, but not at the expense of others. Evil comes in the form of injustice, cruelty, and indifference to the suffering of others. True virtue lies in love, goodness, justice, charity, and concern for the well-being of others. The brave, whether in exile or at home, face challenges without fear, and they have the courage to speak their truth. Philosophy does not promise external comforts. It teaches how to live within the circumstances we are given. Like the carpenter working with wood or the sculptor with bronze, the art of living is about shaping our own lives. We are all, in some way, imprisoned by fortune. Some are bound by gold chains, others by rusted ones, but we are all subject to life's constraints. Those who oppress others are themselves prisoners, bound by their own power. Life is a form of servitude, whether the chains are external or internal. Everyone must learn to accept their condition and minimize complaints. Cling to whatever is close to you and find solace in it, even if it feels bitter. Even the narrowest of spaces can be made habitable with skill and ingenuity. Difficult things can be softened, and burdens can be made lighter with the right mindset. If you've let anger take over, you've not only harmed yourself, but also strengthened a harmful habit. Similarly, giving into temptation can strengthen undesirable habits. Once you've been defeated by an urge, it leaves its mark, just like an illness. Even when you recover, you are not the same. Unless you fully rid yourself of the trace, future temptations will affect you more deeply. I continue to nurture thoughts of greatness, constantly seeking higher aspirations. I strive to reach the highest level of greatness, surpassing even the limits of what I can imagine. I am already standing at the pinnacle of my potential. Everything is within my grasp. My greatness is not only a reality, but also a blooming presence, flourishing in all directions, expanding endlessly. I am infinite. My essence extends beyond the known, omnipresent in the vastness of my authentic greatness. I exist in harmony with the unique energy that flows through me, finding myself immersed in a state of effortless flow, alive with an abundance of power, strength, and unwavering determination. I am magnificent in my being. I embody true magnificence. I possess a unique personality, powerful and unmatched, the first of my kind and the best at what I do. I welcome endless opportunities that come my way. Within me, the infinite greatness of my experience is revealed, manifesting before me as an abundant reality. Greatness radiates through my life, taking the form of countless successes and achievements. I am reborn with power every single day, constantly proving my supreme being. I naturally draw success and prosperity towards me, becoming a magnet for wealth, abundance, and extraordinary opportunities. I act as a catalyst for excellence, inspiring higher realities around me, embodying the highest standards of excellence in everything I do. I express positivity, beauty, nobility, and truth, everything that is exceptional, wonderful, and magnificent. I bring my supreme self to life, revealing my fullest potential. I have actualized my superior nature and embrace excellence in every aspect. I am committed to greatness, representing the highest ideals, dedicating myself to becoming the best version of myself. I achieve excellence, radiating light and brilliance, always striving to be remarkable and outstanding. Everything in my life improves, and I continue to rise to greater heights of exceptional greatness, both internally and externally. I live with dignity, nobility, and character, showcasing excellence in every action I take. I reside at the top, exuding greatness in all my endeavors. I carry myself as a monument to exceptional greatness, knowing that everything I do reflects my commitment to excellence. I continually ascend, striving to improve. As I rise, I live by the principle that learning and growth are essential. We must live as though we will die tomorrow, and learn as if we will live forever. The wise learn from others' mistakes, for wisdom lies in understanding the path of others rather than repeating errors. If we light a lamp for others, we illuminate our own path as well. True happiness lies in doing what we are best at and finding joy in it. True success is visible through our work and actions, so let them speak for us. Never interrupt when progress is unfolding, for growth happens outside the comfort zone. I understand that while others may speak of misfortune to cause pain, silence can cause even greater harm. Arrogance and belittling only limit our ability to appreciate what is above us. If something is not appropriate or truthful, it should not be expressed. We must control our impulses, as words can hurt, but silence can wound even deeper. True wisdom lies in showing composure in moments of ignorance, during personal triumphs, and in the face of deep disappointment. We often admire what we do not fully understand, but true wisdom comes from understanding deeply. To gain the good opinion of others, we must focus on our actions rather than our words. Distraction offers temporary relief from misfortunes, but it is a false comfort. A person must dream to truly understand the meaning of life, for better things lie ahead in the future. Each day is a new opportunity to be born again, as what we do today matters the most. Seeking refuge in others leads us astray. We must turn to ourselves for strength and guidance. In moments of doubt, we must always ask if our thoughts and words are true, necessary, and kind. No one can save us except ourselves. We must follow our own path. The secret to health, both mental and physical, lies in living in the present moment and letting go of past regrets and future worries. Like filling a vessel drop by drop, wisdom is accumulated slowly and steadily. The undisciplined mind is the most disobedient force, but a disciplined mind is an obedient one. On our spiritual path, we must sometimes walk alone, but peace comes from within, not from external sources. Compassion is not complete unless it includes love for oneself. Hatred never ceases through hatred, but only through love, and this is the eternal truth. The harm we do to ourselves through negative thoughts can outweigh any external adversities. I find wisdom in every challenge, recognizing that every difficulty is an opportunity for growth and learning. My inner peace is my greatest asset, and I guard it with care and diligence. My creativity flows freely, allowing me to express myself uniquely. I face my fears with courage and firmness, remaining open to learning from each experience life offers me. I am capable of releasing all negativity, freeing myself from any resentment. I love and accept myself as I am in this moment. My self-esteem gives me the confidence to face any challenge that comes my way. Each day, I find new opportunities to find happiness and embrace life fully. My passion and energy inspire those around me to pursue their own aspirations. I attract healthy, loving relationships built on respect and reciprocity. My open mind allows me to embrace new ideas, evolving and expanding my understanding of existence. I have a deep sense of purpose, and I seek to leave a positive impact on the lives of others. I balance work, rest, and personal time in a harmonious way, ensuring my happiness is my responsibility. I live each day with joy and gratitude, knowing that my dedication and effort lead me toward achieving my goals. My optimism and positive energy radiate, creating an atmosphere of hope and happiness. Each day brings new opportunities for growth and improvement in all areas of my life. As an individual, I am a channel of love and compassion, spreading kindness to all. My life overflows with abundance in every form, and I am deeply grateful for all the blessings, both big and small. I find inspiration in simplicity, seeking joy in the smallest moments. Through gratitude, I cultivate peace and happiness, offering compassion to all living beings and lending a helping hand whenever possible. I visualize purpose in every experience, even in the hardest challenges, knowing that each test strengthens my spirit. Inner serenity remains my greatest ally, and I protect it carefully. I make time for what brings me joy and peace, establishing a firm support network in my environment. I surround myself with positive, encouraging individuals who push me toward my goals. Each day is an opportunity for growth, learning, and progress. I find serenity through detachment, practicing virtue in every aspect of my life. Wisdom reveals itself in all experiences, especially the challenging ones. My inner peace remains steadfast, even in times of turbulence. I find comfort in acceptance and humility, recognizing that there is always room for growth. Moderation guides my actions, avoiding extremes. Let us rise and give thanks, for all we are is the result of our thoughts. Thoughts shape our destiny. Good thoughts lead to happiness, and evil thoughts bring suffering. Holding on to anger is like grasping a hot coal with the intent of throwing it at someone else. The harm is self-inflicted. Every moment can change a day. A day can change a life, and a life can change the world. Wherever you are, be present and live fully. Kindness should be the natural way of life, not the exception. A person who can enrage you has mastery over you, for anger arises only when we allow ourselves to be disturbed. Nothing is impossible for those who try. Time passes slowly when we chase it, but quickly when we are being pursued. A goal without a plan is merely a wish. The future arrives slowly, the present moves swiftly, and the past remains unchanged. The highest achievement for any human being is to understand, for understanding brings freedom. Write your sorrow in the sand and your joy in stone. Do not delay what can be done today. Love your neighbor as yourself. Judge your greatness by the shadow you cast at dusk. Never interrupt your enemy when they are making a mistake. Write your moments of sorrow in the sand, as they are fleeting and wash away with time, but inscribe your moments of joy in stone, for they are everlasting and should be cherished. Do not postpone for tomorrow what can be done today, for today is the only time truly within your control. Treat others with the same love and respect that you would desire for yourself, embodying the principle of loving your neighbor as yourself. When measuring your greatness, reflect upon the shadow you cast in the evening light, for this is a true gauge of your character. Never interrupt your enemy when they are making a mistake, for their actions will eventually reveal themselves without your interference. A person who claims to be a friend to everyone is ultimately a friend to no one, as true friendship requires depth and discernment. It is better to break a promise than to make one that you do not intend to keep, for a broken promise, though unfortunate, carries more integrity than empty words. Both optimists and pessimists serve a purpose in society. The optimist dreams of invention, like the airplane, while the pessimist ensures safety with inventions like the parachute. A woman's intuition is often more accurate than the certainty of a man, for her ability to understand the subtle cues of life is unmatched. Ignorance, however, is the root of all evil, as it prevents growth and awareness. Those who are dissatisfied with little will never find contentment, for true happiness is found in appreciating what we already have. The shadow, like an outsider, may run away on a bright day, but will always return on a cloudy one, though it can never be truly grasped. Understanding is a journey, with every question bringing us closer to an answer. What we know is but a drop in the vast ocean of what we have yet to learn. Beauty can often be found in simplicity and modesty, and happiness resides in the small pleasures that life offers. My greatest achievement is my inner serenity, which provides me with unwavering strength. Resilience in the face of adversity allows me to grow, and each challenge I encounter fortifies my spirit. I live in harmony with the present moment, accepting the inevitable transitions of life, including death, which gives depth and purpose to my existence. Calmness guides me towards serenity, and my integrity is the compass that directs my actions. My essence is defined by my character, not by material possessions. The ability to recover from setbacks is a vital tool in overcoming life's obstacles, while determination renews me on my path. Friendship, a treasure beyond measure, is something I hold close, exercising discernment in who I choose to welcome into my life. I practice self-control in all areas, seeing each challenge as an opportunity for growth. Even in times of chaos, my inner peace remains steadfast. I take joy in recognizing virtue in my daily actions, and I cherish modesty, always seeking to learn something new. My inner peace serves as my greatest inspiration, and I find strength in the trials that shape me. I embrace moderation in every aspect of life, striving for balance in all things. I believe that adversities are hidden blessings, and I view life as a series of opportunities to cultivate virtue and wisdom. My well-being is anchored in my ability to accept things as they are, finding peace in the present moment. Have you ever wondered whether the universe is working with you or against you? What if I told you that the answer lies entirely in how you align your thoughts and emotions? Welcome, because in today's video we're going to explore how Stoic philosophy and the law of attraction can reshape your entire life. Yes, you heard that right. An ancient philosophical mindset can have a powerful influence on what you draw into your reality. Your thoughts act like an immense magnet, attracting not only your desires, but also your fears. If you constantly dwell in negativity, it's no surprise when life doesn't unfold the way you hoped. But when you begin to focus on the positive, you'll see how the universe starts to align itself in your favor. This isn't magic. It's both science and the essence of Stoic wisdom. The Stoics teach that while we can't control what life throws at us, we have full control over how we respond. So ask yourself, are you ready to become the architect of your own fate? Because it all begins in the mind. Together, let's uncover 11 powerful principles that will help you attract what you truly desire. Don't miss the beginning, because it lays the foundation for everything else. But before we dive in, if you find these videos meaningful, consider subscribing and hitting the bell icon so you don't miss any future insights. One idea could be the breakthrough you've been waiting for. Now, let's begin. Let's start with thoughts and emotions. Have you ever realized that your thoughts and feelings act like massive magnets, pulling experiences and events into your life? If you're someone who dismisses this as just another fluffy self-help theory, let's approach it from a more grounded and slightly ironic perspective. According to Stoic philosophy, the way we interpret the world and react to it plays a pivotal role in achieving inner peace. But before you roll your eyes and think this is just another ancient lecture, let me show you how this principle plays out in real life. Picture yourself at a grocery store, choosing between a box of nutritious cereal and a bag of greasy potato chips. Most of us grab the chips, secretly hoping it won't show up later on the scale. But think of your mind as that shopping cart. If you fill it constantly with negative, self-defeating thoughts, it's like loading up on junk food. Your emotional and mental health will weigh you down. Let's look at it another way. Say you spend your days worrying about losing your job instead of sharpening your skills and maintaining a hopeful attitude. That pattern of fear begins to shape your reality, almost like the universe saying, "Oh, you're expecting failure. Let's make that happen." Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying if you dream of a beachfront mansion it will magically appear, complete with a bottle of champagne. The law of attraction isn't a magic wand. It's about focusing your energy on what matters and taking consistent actions toward it. Your thoughts and emotions act like a GPS for your life. If you stay focused on your goals, you're more likely to reach them. But if you keep switching directions based on fear or doubt, don't be shocked when you find yourself stuck in a loop of disappointment. So how do you change course? Start by becoming aware of what's going on in your mind. Are you constantly driving down the road of complaints or walking the path of gratitude? Recognizing your mental patterns is the first crucial step. When you catch yourself spiraling into negativity, Pause and pivot. Instead of focusing on what's going wrong, ask yourself what you can do to make things better. If you're worried about your weight, don't get trapped in shame. Start thinking about healthy routines that bring you closer to your goals. The Stoics remind us that we may not control all the events of our lives, but we absolutely control our reaction to them. Just like that, even if life feels unpredictable, your mindset doesn't have to be. So next time you're overwhelmed by pessimism, remember, your mental magnets are hard at work. Take that first step toward shifting your mindset to the positive and watch how things begin to change in unexpected, wonderful ways. Your thoughts and emotions are the soil in which your reality grows. Choose the seeds you plant with intention, because they determine the harvest you'll reap. Stoic philosophy teaches that true power comes from mastering your mind. As Carl Jung once said, your thoughts and emotions are the brushstrokes with which you paint your destiny. Now let's talk about focusing on your desires. Imagine trying to light a fire using a pile of soggy logs. It's frustrating, right? You want the fire to blaze, but instead you just get smoke and ashes. That's exactly what it's like when your desires are unclear. If your goals aren't specific, then you're just throwing damp wood on the fire, and your motivation fizzles out before it even begins. Let's be honest, everyone has big dreams. Maybe you want a better job, a fulfilling relationship, or to shed some weight. But if you're vague about your intentions, like just saying, "I want a new job," then you're setting yourself up for disappointment. The law of attraction, that widely known principle that says you attract what you focus on, requires more than just wishful thinking. It needs clarity. Let's take a practical look. Say you want a new job. If you just think, "I want work," the universe could hand you anything, from selling insurance door to door to stacking cookies in a factory. But if you clearly envision a position in digital marketing with flexible hours and a collaborative culture, then you're creating a vivid map for the universe to follow. That clarity acts like a beacon. The same applies to relationships. Saying, "I want someone," is about as effective as wishing to win the lottery without buying a ticket. Instead, imagine someone who shares your passions, your sense of humor, and your values. When you define your ideal clearly, you align yourself with what you truly want. And when it comes to weight loss, clarity matters just as much. It's not enough to vaguely say, "I want to lose weight." How much? In what time frame? What will success look and feel like for you? A specific goal, like losing 5 kilos in 3 months and feeling more energized, becomes a real plan, not just a dream. So how do you start? Begin by reflecting on your true desires. Write them down in detail. Visualize them as already achieved. Feel the joy as if it were real right now. Because the law of attraction doesn't respond to vague signals, it responds to specific intentions. Without clarity, you're just hoping the fire lights itself. But with a well-prepared mindset and focus, the universe is far more likely to respond in kind. As Einstein said, the universe echoes back with the same precision with which you speak your desires. Now, let's explore belief and faith. Have you ever felt like your dreams are as unreachable as trying to travel to Mars in a cardboard spaceship? That's what it feels like when your belief is missing. Belief and faith are the fuel your dreams need to take flight. Without them, your journey has no propulsion and no direction. Let's break this down. Think of your dreams as seeds that need the water of belief to grow. Without that nourishment, the plant shrivels. The law of attraction isn't about snapping your fingers and manifesting miracles. It's about recognizing that belief is foundational. If you don't truly believe in your dream, it's like trying to fly a plane with no engine. Consider this. If you don't believe you'll win the lottery, what's the point of playing? If you don't believe in love, how will you recognize it when it appears? A lack of belief is the biggest barrier to achieving what you want. You might be wondering, how do I shift my mindset and let go of limiting beliefs? Here's the good news. You don't need a magical spell to change your mindset. Start by gathering proof that your dreams are indeed possible. Seek out stories of people who have already achieved what you're aiming for. It's not about copying them. It's about realizing that your dream isn't some unreachable fantasy. Imagine true love as a diamond hidden in the rough. If you see others discovering it, it strengthens your belief that you can find yours too. Surround yourself with people who genuinely believe in you, even if it means cleaning out your contact list. If you're constantly surrounded by folks who mock or doubt your aspirations, you'll eventually start doubting yourself too. It's like trying to vacuum a desert. You'll just end up exhausted and empty. But if you surround yourself with supportive, uplifting individuals, it's like sailing with the wind in your favor. Those positive winds will help push you toward your destination. Never forget to maintain a positive and hopeful attitude. Life often feels like an obstacle course, but when your mindset is focused and optimistic, those very obstacles can transform into stepping stones toward success. Stoic philosophy teaches us a powerful lesson. Accept what you can't control and pour your energy into what you can, your attitude. Face your challenges with calm strength and transform your doubts into determination. Imagine your life as an epic movie, and you are the hero, standing tall against the villain of doubt, armed with nothing but the unshakable sword of faith. Ultimately, your belief and faith are the hidden keys that open the doors to everything you desire. If you don't believe in your own potential, it's like trying to shove a locked door with all your might, without realizing the key is hidden right beneath the welcome mat. So start believing. Gather the evidence that your dreams are possible. Fill your space with positive energy. Keep your heart and mind optimistic. Do this, and you'll be amazed how close you actually are to the life you want. As Gandhi wisely said, faith is the first step toward any destination, while doubt is the first step toward stagnation. Now, let's talk about gratitude and appreciation. Ah yes, gratitude. That little word that seems to pop up in every self-help book, motivational talk, and philosophical musing. But have you ever really stopped to ask yourself why it's talked about so much? It's as if the universe keeps whispering, "Be thankful and you'll receive more." Maybe it's not literally everything you want, but gratitude might just open the door to the best parts of what you need. Let's strip it down. Gratitude seems simple, almost too simple, like saying thank you or good morning. But when expressed sincerely, it's like activating a form of cosmic energy. Picture this. You're at a restaurant. You have two choices. You could be the customer who complains about the cold bread, or you could be the one who smiles and appreciates the server's effort. Which one do you think is more likely to get the special of the day, or maybe even a free dessert? Exactly. That's how the law of attraction works. Positive energy attracts more positivity. Practicing gratitude is like building a magnet that pulls in good things. Think of your life like a house under construction. If all you ever do is complain about the leaky roof or crooked walls, the workers, in this metaphor, the universe, may lose motivation. But if you admire even the smallest progress, you send a message that you value the effort, and that's encouraging. It invites life to keep building with you, rather than working against you. You don't need a wand or spell for this. Just a bit of consistency. Take a few minutes every day to reflect on what you already have and what you're grateful for. It doesn't have to be grand. It could be something as small as the warmth of the sun on your face or the first sip of your morning coffee. These small blessings are what create big shifts in your mindset. Keeping a gratitude journal might sound like a cliché, but think of it as a treasure map, one that leads not to gold, but to the blessings that already surround you. Write down at least 3 things you're grateful for each day. It could be the loyalty of your friends or the calm you feel in your own space. Be specific. Don't just say, "I'm grateful for my family." Say, "I'm grateful for the unwavering love and daily support I get from my family." That detail brings the emotion alive. Here's a bonus tip for when life feels heavy and it's hard to find a silver lining. Practice gratitude anyway. Maybe you can't appreciate the rain messing up your plans, but maybe you can appreciate the warmth of your sweater or the peaceful sound of raindrops on your window. Gratitude is like a flashlight in the dark. It doesn't light up everything, but it helps you see just enough to keep going. It's not just a pretty concept, it's a powerful tool. It lifts your energy, improves your mood, and aligns your spirit with more good things to come. So, next time you catch yourself spiraling into complaints, remember, whatever you value and are thankful for grows. As Marcus Aurelius put it in his Meditations, if you are not thankful for what you have, you will never find satisfaction in what you receive. Now, let's move to another vital piece of the puzzle: inspired action. The law of attraction sounds amazing, right? The idea that you can manifest your dreams simply by holding them in your mind and staying positive. That's the theory anyway. But here's the catch. Even if you spend every day visualizing your perfect life, if your couch is still your best friend and pizza your closest companion, nothing's going to change. Inspired action is the secret sauce. It's what transforms vision into reality. Imagine the law of attraction is a vending machine. You can feed it all your coins, your wishes, dreams, and visualizations. But if you don't press the right button, you're going to stand there, frustrated, staring at the machine. Inspired action is that button. It's the step that turns intention into outcome. Let's be honest. You're not going to land your dream job while sitting at home sipping coffee, hoping your future boss stumbles across your Instagram. If you want that job, you need to update your resume, network, show up for interviews. That's inspired action. It's not a random act. It's the engine that powers your goals. Same thing with love. You can dream about your ideal partner all you want, but unless you're willing to meet new people, have conversations, and open your heart, love won't just knock on your door. So how do you actually apply this? Start with small, consistent actions. These little steps are the bricks that lay the foundation for your success. Don't expect overnight miracles. Sometimes persistence is just as important as effort. Also, learn to trust your inner voice. What excites you? What lights you up? That's your intuition guiding you. Follow it. Inspired action isn't just about doing what's expected. It's about acting with intention, purpose, and energy. And don't give up. Yes, patience is essential, but so is persistence. Every step you take counts, even the ones that feel small or slow. The Stoics taught us that character, resilience, and perseverance are key to achieving anything meaningful. So next time you're thinking about the law of attraction, remember, it's not just about dreaming, it's about doing. Inspired action is the bridge between wanting something and actually having it. If you want to see results, you've got to stop dreaming and start moving. It's not rocket science, it just takes a little effort, a lot of heart, and the patience to see it through. Remember this, the law of attraction doesn't turn dreams into reality. Action does. Finally, let's talk about something sneaky, the elimination of self-sabotage. Ever notice that sometimes you're the one holding yourself back? Not in some dramatic way, like staring yourself down in a dark alley, but in subtle, quiet ways. Self-sabotage is real and far more common than we'd like to admit. Chances are you've done it too, even without realizing it. It's like a tiny mouse living in the maze of your mind. It whispers doubts into your ear, telling you that you're not good enough, that happiness is for other people, or that success is reserved only for the lucky few. And worst of all, that little voice inside your head often plays the role of the director in your personal tragedy, orchestrating your every move away from your goals. But what if I told you that you have the power to rewrite the script of this chaotic production? Let's begin right there. The first step is awareness. Learn to notice those negative thoughts and limiting beliefs that constantly occupy your mind. They're like a trusted thief living in your house. If you're unaware of their presence, they'll continue to rob you of your most valuable treasures without you even noticing. This is where Stoic philosophy can offer clarity. With its emphasis on self-discipline and mastery over one's emotions, Stoicism teaches that true freedom comes from within. If your mind is in disarray, why not apply Stoic principles to restore inner order? Once you've recognized the chaos within, the next step is to consciously replace those harmful thoughts with empowering ones. Think of your mind as a garden. If you plant seeds of fear and doubt, you'll inevitably harvest a field full of insecurity. But if you choose to sow confidence and hope, your inner garden will flourish with success and fulfillment. Changing your mental landscape isn't a quick or easy task. It's a journey. Every positive thought you cultivate is a step forward, not backward. From there, focus on strengthening your self-esteem and inner trust. This isn't about borrowing someone else's confidence, it's about building your own, brick by brick. Self-worth isn't handed out like a gift, it's something you create with intention and persistence. So the next time you catch yourself thinking you're unworthy of happiness or success, remember this: the seeds of success begin to grow in the soil of your thoughts. Shifting your mindset might feel like mental weightlifting, but here's the empowering truth. You already hold the pen to your life's script. The law of attraction, often misunderstood, suggests that we draw into our lives what we frequently focus on. But if you're stuck in a loop of self-sabotage, even the most powerful laws can't help much. Break free from those mental chains, and you'll be in a far better place to receive the blessings life has in store. Ultimately, overcoming self-sabotage is like steering a ship that's been drifting towards stormy waters. The ocean won't change, but your direction can. If you've been unknowingly setting traps for yourself, the time to shift course is now. It all starts with your mind. As Oscar Wilde once said, change your thoughts and you change your destiny. Let's explore vibrations and energy for a moment. Have you ever imagined yourself as a living speaker, constantly transmitting frequencies into the universe? It might sound a little far-fetched, but bear with me. According to the law of attraction, a concept that might seem pulled from the pages of science fiction, the entire universe is made up of energy. From distant galaxies to the sand between your toes, everything is in motion. And yes, that includes you. You're a dynamic field of energy, and the vibrations you emit can either draw in your desires or push them further away. Let's break it down. Imagine yourself as a giant speaker, always sending out a melody through the vibrations of your emotions and thoughts. When you're filled with joy and gratitude, your energy plays a beautiful, uplifting symphony. The world feels it, and in return sends even more reasons to celebrate your way. It's like throwing a boomerang of good vibes into the universe and watching it return to you, amplified. Of course, life isn't always harmonious. Sometimes you just want to disappear into your pajamas, binge-watch a series, and drown out your inner dialogue. That's completely human. But here's the catch. When you dwell in sadness and negativity, your vibrations drop to a low hum. The universe, that constant collaborator in your energetic dance, picks up on these low frequencies and reflects them back. Suddenly, your life feels heavy, not by coincidence, but by attraction. So how can you become the DJ of your own energetic playlist? Start by surrounding yourself with people who also vibrate at higher frequencies. If your circle sounds more like a chorus of complaints than an uplifting anthem, it might be time to change your bandmates. Energy is contagious, and a positive environment can transform your internal frequency. Beyond that, engage in activities that genuinely bring you joy. Whether it's a walk in the sunshine or reading a book that makes you smile, these small sparks of happiness can rapidly elevate your energy. And don't overlook the power of meditation and stillness. These practices don't just calm your nerves, they help fine-tune your internal frequency so you can align more harmoniously with the universe's rhythm. Stoicism, once again, offers practical wisdom. While we can't control everything around us, we can control how we respond. Instead of letting external events dictate your energy, choose to protect and uplift your own vibrations. Acknowledge your sadness, yes, but don't live in it. Choose to move forward with optimism. Being a transmitter of positive energy isn't just some abstract theory. It's a way of living. Even if the universe doesn't always respond with rainbows and sunshine, maintaining high vibrations ensures that your daily experience is more fulfilling. So remember this truth: what you send out is what you invite in. Pick your song carefully. Now, let's talk about resistance. Not the kind you encounter at the gym, but the invisible force within you that drags you away from your goals. This is the resistance that trips you up with fear, self-doubt, and procrastination. It's subtle, but powerful. When you try to apply the law of attraction, resistance can act like a broken compass, steering you away from your desired destination. And strangely enough, you're often the one turning the dial. Imagine you're adrift on an open sea, your boat representing all your dreams and possibilities. Instead of sailing smoothly, you find yourself battling against waves of your own making, waves made of negative thoughts and internal fears. It's like summoning a storm just when what you need is calm waters to push you forward. Maybe you've dreamt of launching a new venture, but rather than focusing on the potential for success, you fixate on failure. That mindset becomes a heavy anchor, holding you back. Or perhaps you're afraid of losing what you already have, so you cling tightly to it, mistaking that grip for safety, when in reality, it's keeping you stuck. How do you release yourself from this resistance? It starts with self-awareness. You can't face what you don't acknowledge. Like a mechanic who must first diagnose a problem before making repairs, you need to observe your thoughts and emotions without judgment. Is it fear of failure? A lack of belief in yourself? Anxiety about letting go of control? Once you identify your resistance, don't fight it. Just allow it to pass, like leaves drifting down a river. Let them float away while you stay focused on where you're going. This is where Stoicism and the law of attraction intersect. Stoic teachings remind us that while we cannot command life's external events, we do command our inner responses. Similarly, in the process of manifestation, the one thing fully within your control is your mindset and your reaction to challenges. Instead of resisting change, lean into it. Instead of fearing failure, open your heart to success. Resistance keeps you anchored in places you've outgrown, while flow allows you to progress. From my own journey, I can assure you, resistance is like an invisible thief that steals your motivation and progress. To manifest your desires, you must release the grip of fear and doubt. Become conscious of them, gently let them go, and realign with your true intentions. In doing so, you not only unlock the full potential of the law of attraction, but also embrace a more stoic approach to life. Etch this into your mind. Where resistance exists, desire becomes struggle. Where there is flow, success becomes inevitable. Now, let's reflect on time and patience, that elusive pair that both torments and teaches us. We all wish we could fast forward through life's waiting periods, but we can't. Still, rather than surrendering to frustration, what if we learn to move with time instead of against it? Let's talk about patience, that quality we all claim to value, yet often find so difficult to practice. Picture your dreams and goals as seeds planted in fertile soil. You can't rush them to grow. You must water them, tend to them, protect them from weeds, and then wait. Time isn't your enemy, it's your ally in transformation. Patience is not about doing nothing, it's about trusting that your efforts will bear fruit in due season. Sometimes impatience stems from fear, the fear that what we want won't come, or that we're running out of time. But that fear only distorts your energy and creates resistance. Instead, anchor yourself in trust. Let time work its magic while you keep showing up every day with faith and intention. The Stoics believe that everything unfolds according to nature's plan. You do your part, and the rest will follow. So the next time you find yourself frustrated by how slowly things seem to move, remember, dreams take time, change takes time, healing, success, growth, they all move to the rhythm of time, not urgency. Learn to dance with that rhythm. Trust the pace, trust the process, and most importantly, trust yourself. Think of your hopes and dreams as seeds you've carefully planted. If you try to force them to grow by dumping on too much fertilizer, you'll only end up with a fragile, stressed-out plant. Patience is the natural, steady nourishment that helps those dreams take root and grow strong. The first step is consistency, showing up every day, tending to your goals. This is where Stoic philosophy can be a powerful compass. The Stoics remind us that our true power lies not in controlling the outcomes, but in managing our actions and our mindset. You can do everything within your power to help your dream grow, but without giving it time, you won't enjoy the fruit of your labor. So, keep watering it, provide it with light, care for it diligently, but don't sit there staring at it every second, waiting for it to sprout. Don't fall into the trap of comparison either. Every plant has its own pace. There's no wisdom in comparing a tiny sprout to a towering oak tree. Comparison only breeds frustration and robs you of the joy in your own process. Instead, celebrate every small leaf, every tiny bud in your garden. Those seemingly minor victories are far more powerful than they appear. Every step you take, no matter how small, is a victory in its own right. Never downplay the value of those moments. It's the small wins that pave the way to your greatest achievements. Think of them as little drops of water that, over time, carve out a mighty river. You may not see the transformation immediately, but with consistency and care, the current becomes unstoppable. Now, when it comes to the law of attraction, yes, your thoughts do shape your reality. But remember, thinking alone isn't enough. The true magic happens when you combine a positive mindset with persistent action. So dream big, yes, but match your dreams with unwavering dedication and patience. Time is not your enemy, it's your partner, your ally, when you learn to move in harmony with it. Patience isn't about sitting around and doing nothing. It's about staying engaged, staying committed, even when you don't see immediate results. It's about trusting the process. Celebrate your progress, however small. Don't get distracted by what others are doing. Keep your eyes on your journey. The real secret? It's perseverance combined with a positive attitude. Don't let the absence of instant success pull you down. In the end, it's not how fast you reach your destination that matters. It's the growth that happens along the way. There's a Stoic proverb that sums it up perfectly. Patience isn't just about waiting. It's about how you carry yourself while you wait. Now let's talk about something equally important: alignment with the universe. Have you ever felt like everything is just off? Maybe you spilled your coffee first thing in the morning, got stuck in endless traffic, forgot your umbrella just as the rain began to pour. It's in those moments that you might feel like the universe has turned against you. But you're not alone in feeling that way. The good news, you can realign. Imagine your life as a beautiful symphony, and the universe is the conductor. If you want your melody to flow smoothly, you've got to be in sync with the conductor's timing. That means trusting that the universe, in its infinite wisdom, is always working in your favor, even when it feels like everything is going wrong. Even when the cat knocks over your papers or your Wi-Fi takes an unscheduled break, it's all happening at the perfect time, even if you don't understand it yet. To realign with this cosmic rhythm, start with something simple. Connect with nature. Go for a walk in the park. Feel the breeze. Watch the trees sway. Listen to the birds sing. It's like the universe is whispering to you, reminding you that you're part of something greater. You don't need to be a philosopher to see the beauty around you. You just need to pause long enough to appreciate it. Another way to tune into yourself and the universe is through meditation or yoga. These moments of silence and movement aren't just good for your body. They're a way to hear the soft murmurs of the cosmos. Meditation brings peace to your mind, helping you find clarity in a chaotic world. Yoga stretches more than just your limbs. It stretches your awareness, your presence. Both practices are like preparing your instrument before the concert begins, ensuring that everything flows in harmony. And then there's gratitude. Gratitude is powerful. When you give thanks for what you have, whether it's your warm bed, a kind word from a friend, or the smell of coffee in the morning, you're telling the universe, yes, I'm in tune with your frequency. Gratitude opens the door for even more abundance. It's like sending a message that says, I'm ready for more. And in return, the universe listens. The Stoics got this too. Their teachings revolve around accepting what we can't control and choosing how we respond. Inner peace, they said, comes from aligning with the natural laws of life. You don't have to call yourself a Stoic to benefit from this wisdom, but their insights can guide you toward living in harmony with the universe. So don't overthink it, just start small. Walk outside, sit quietly with yourself, be grateful, Trust the current of life instead of fighting against it. The universe isn't your opponent, it's your dance partner. So, learn to move to its rhythm. Trust that everything you need will come, not when you demand it, but when you're truly at peace with who you are and where you are. And if you've read this far, leave a comment saying, "I am what I think." That way, I'll know you're one of the ones who made it through to the end of this meaningful message. I can't wait to hear your stories of transformation. Have you ever found yourself wrapped up in the comfort of your blankets, locked in a battle with the alarm clock? Even the great Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius struggled with this same dilemma. Marcus Aurelius, one of the most powerful men in ancient history, wrestled with laziness each morning, just like we do. But he had a secret. In this episode, we're going to uncover the age-old strategies of the Stoics that awaken your sleeping motivation. Discover how these ancient thinkers transformed their daily struggles into fuel for greatness. Prepare for a journey through time where we'll uncover how to rise each morning, or rather each day, with renewed drive to pursue our goals and live a life full of purpose and meaning. If you haven't already subscribed, be sure to do so and leave your thoughts in the comments. That small gesture goes a long way in supporting me. Now, let's begin. Let's start with Marcus Aurelius. Every morning, and in every moment, lies a new opportunity, something precious we must not waste. Often we convince ourselves that we don't have enough time, but the real issue is usually our lack of will to use time well. Marcus Aurelius, known as the philosopher emperor of Rome, embodied Stoic principles in action. Unlike emperors before him, Tiberius, who escaped to remote islands, or Nero, who became absorbed in the arts, Marcus fully embraced his role both as a ruler and a human being. In his famous writings, Meditations, Marcus shares timeless wisdom. He writes about dawn, about those moments when it's hardest to rise from bed. He tells himself, "I must get up to do the work of a human being. Why should I complain if I'm about to do what I was born to do, fulfill the tasks for which I was brought into the world?" This passage offers a glimpse into a man engaged in deep internal dialogue, one who is committed to his purpose not out of obligation, but from a profound understanding of his place in the world. Marcus continues questioning himself. Or was I created to huddle under the blankets and stay warm? He acknowledges the allure of comfort but quickly rejects it. He challenges the idea that comfort should dominate our actions. But it feels good here. Were you born to feel good or to do things and experience life? In these lines, Marcus Aurelius pushes us to reflect on the greater purpose of our lives. He reminds us that we are part of a larger system, an active part of the grand order of the universe. Look at the plants, the birds, the ants, the spiders, and the bees. They all fulfill their purpose, organizing the world around them in the best way they know how. And yet, we often hesitate to do our work as human beings. Why do we resist doing what our very nature requires? This is more than just a philosophical musing. It's a powerful call to action. It reminds us that our human nature isn't centered on the pursuit of comfort, but on fulfilling our unique purpose in the world. Still, it's crucial to understand that Stoic philosophy, while rooted in duty and discipline, doesn't dismiss the value of comfort and rest in a balanced life. Marcus Aurelius isn't suggesting that we should deprive ourselves of all well-being. Instead, he warns against becoming enslaved by it. True rest and reasonable comfort are essential to our physical and mental well-being. They allow us to recharge and return to our responsibilities with clarity and strength. What Marcus Aurelius teaches us transcends the idea of mere morning motivation. He reveals that true fulfillment comes when our actions are in harmony with our essential nature as rational and social beings. It's not just about checking tasks off a list, but about living in alignment with our higher values and contributing to the greater good. When we face resistance from within, when we're tempted to delay or procrastinate, we should return to Marcus Aurelius's reflection. Ask yourself, am I living in accordance with my nature? Am I doing my part to contribute meaningfully to the world around me? In those questions, and in the honest answers we give ourselves, we find our real purpose and our deepest satisfaction. Time waits for no one. Each day presents a new chance to embrace our human nature and make a difference, no matter how small it may seem. As Marcus Aurelius reminds us, we were not made for idle comfort, but for conscious, deliberate action. Let's rise each day with the resolve of Marcus Aurelius, ready to fulfill our role on the grand stage of life. When it comes to motivation, especially in the face of difficulty, it's essential to remember that our perception plays a major role in shaping our inner strength. Think of learning a new skill. At first, it can feel overwhelming, perhaps even impossible. But those who are dedicated understand that mastery isn't achieved all at once. It requires consistent practice, even if the progress is slow. Every moment of study, every training session, no matter how small, draws us closer to success. It's through this persistence and devotion to purpose that we unlock the true source of our motivation. Progress does not only come from moments of high excitement, but from the capacity to stay motivated when challenges arise. It's important to understand that lasting motivation is not dependent on external circumstances, but rather on our internal mindset. True strength lies in maintaining our motivation, even when things get tough. We often face difficulties, and rather than being discouraged by these challenges, we should see them as opportunities for growth and learning. When embarking on any significant endeavor, whether intellectual, creative, or personal, it's crucial to recognize that motivation is not a constant force. The key to enduring motivation is to cultivate an internal drive based on solid principles, not fleeting emotions. Stoicism teaches us that true motivation isn't solely about achieving goals, but about growing stronger and more balanced through the process. Each challenge we encounter, faced with determination, and each obstacle we overcome with persistence, strengthens our capacity to stay motivated. So, when you feel discouraged, remember the words of Marcus Aurelius. You have power over your mind, not over external events. By recognizing and accepting this, we can tap into the inner strength that Stoic principles help us build. This inner strength becomes the true source of lasting motivation and the path toward achieving great things. When it comes to pursuing excellence and personal fulfillment, many of us wonder how we can maintain the momentum necessary to achieve our goals. Stoic philosophy, with its emphasis on virtue and discipline, offers valuable guidance in this regard. Marcus Aurelius, in his Meditations, reminds us to reflect each morning on the nature of people we might encounter that day, those who are ungrateful, dishonest, or grumpy. This reflection is not meant to breed pessimism, but serves as a reminder to prepare ourselves for the challenges ahead, regardless of our mood at the moment. Take the example of an athlete who commits to daily training. He doesn't wait for the perfect moment of motivation or inspiration to begin. Instead, He simply gets up, puts on his gear, and heads to the gym. The act of starting, putting on his sneakers and getting into the car, kickstarts a process that will lead him to fulfill his daily training goals. Epictetus teaches us that, in life, we must first determine what we want to be and then do what we must to get there. This resonates with the Stoic belief that our actions should align with our highest goals, not with momentary whims. By creating a consistent routine, we build a structure that guides us toward our ideals, even when motivation fluctuates. Stoics like Epictetus emphasize the importance of self-sufficiency and self-discipline, teaching that true freedom is not found in controlling external circumstances, but in mastering ourselves. Through positive habits and a well-structured routine, we regain control over our actions and, by extension, over our destiny. Seneca, in his letters, warns that without a clear purpose in life, one cannot expect to have a productive day. This underscores the importance of knowing exactly what we want to accomplish and structuring our daily activities to achieve those objectives. When we know what needs to be done and have a plan in place, we reduce the need to rely on fleeting feelings of motivation. Imagine a writer who commits to writing for 2 hours every morning, regardless of how they feel. Some days, the words may flow easily. Other days, each sentence may be a struggle. However, by sticking to their routine, the writer ensures consistent progress, overcoming resistance, and cultivating their skill day after day. In essence, Stoic philosophy teaches us that true virtue doesn't lie in sporadic grand gestures of willpower, but in the consistent application of our actions. By embracing discipline and routine, we not only increase our productivity, but also build inner strength that supports us in the face of any challenge. Instead of chasing after motivation as a temporary state, we should focus on developing systems and habits that guide us toward our goals automatically. As Marcus Aurelius wisely advised, action is not something occasional, but a constant habit. It is through consistent practice and adherence to solid principles that we can transform not only our days, but our lives. The difficulty in staying motivated often arises when we lose ourselves in a maze of tasks and obligations that, although they may seem important, lack true meaning. The Stoic philosophers recognized this dilemma long ago, understanding that not all tasks contribute to our higher purpose. The Stoic philosophers recognized a dilemma that many of us still face today. They believed that true happiness could be found in virtue alone, and that our energies should be focused on what truly contributes to our moral excellence. Applying this principle to the pursuit of motivation, we can deduce that our lack of enthusiasm often doesn't stem from the tasks themselves, but from a misguided perception of their importance. For example, a professional might spend hours answering non-urgent emails or attending unproductive meetings while procrastinating on an essential project for their career. At the end of the day, they feel exhausted and demotivated. Why? Because, on some level, they know that they have squandered their time and energy on tasks that do not truly matter. Seneca, in his letters to Lucilius, warns us that the issue is not that we have too little time, but that we waste so much of it. This observation is particularly relevant in our age, where constant distractions pull us in many directions. To cultivate lasting motivation, we must learn to distinguish between what is essential and what is merely superfluous. Marcus Aurelius, in his Meditations, provides a simple yet powerful tool for making this distinction. He asks us to consider whether an activity is necessary, which serves as a filter for our daily actions, allowing us to focus on what truly matters. By regularly asking ourselves this question, we not only eliminate the unnecessary, but also strengthen our commitment to what is vital. However, it is important to recognize that motivation is not an inexhaustible resource. Just as a wise general doesn't spread his troops thin by fighting unnecessary battles, we must preserve our motivational energy for the challenges that truly matter. By doing this, we not only improve our chances of success, but also discover a deeper sense of meaning in our actions. In essence, Stoic philosophy teaches that true motivation does not arise from external stimuli or temporary rewards. It comes from an internal alignment with our deeper values and greater purposes. By freeing ourselves from unfounded social expectations and trivial distractions, we create the space for authentic motivation to grow. Therefore, next time you feel unmotivated, pause and reflect. Does this task genuinely contribute to my personal growth or well-being? If the answer is no, have the courage to eliminate it or delegate it, and focus your energy on what truly matters. In doing so, you will uncover a constant source of motivation and purpose. Many of us face a silent battle within ourselves each morning. On one side is the desire to remain in the comfort of our bed, and on the other is the call of duty and virtue. This internal conflict is not new. The Stoics recognized it long ago and offered us valuable insights on how to face it. Epictetus, in his discourses, reminds us that we must first decide what kind of person we want to be and then act accordingly. This idea resonates with the Stoic belief that our actions, particularly in the morning, set the tone for the rest of the day, and by extension, for our lives. Seneca, in his letters, suggests that we should organize our lives as if we were preparing for a banquet, ensuring that everything is in its place but not excessive. The founder of Stoicism, Zeno, taught that virtue alone is sufficient for happiness. Applying this principle to our daily routine, we can see that getting up on time, even when we don't feel like it, is an act of virtue that contributes to our overall well-being. For example, when the alarm rings, instead of giving in to the impulse to hit snooze, take a moment to breathe deeply and ask yourself, what kind of person do I want to be today? And what actions will bring me closer to that ideal? This brief reflection can provide the motivation needed to rise from bed with purpose and determination. The act of waking up consciously and disciplined is not just about productivity. It is an act of alignment with our rational nature and with the universal logos, which are central tenets of Stoicism. By overcoming the inertia of the morning, we practice self-control and cultivate the inner strength required to face the day's challenges. Each morning presents a new opportunity to practice virtue. The true test of our philosophy is not in our words, but in our daily actions, starting from the moment we open our eyes. As Epictetus would say, do not merely explain your philosophy, incorporate it. So when the alarm rings, do not see it as an enemy, but as a call to excellence. Rise not only from your bed, but also from mediocrity. The day ahead is your training ground for wisdom and virtue. Time is often considered a scarce resource, something we frequently claim to lack. However, the true issue lies not in the absence of time, but in the way we prioritize and manage it. There are countless examples of individuals who, despite being busy, still manage to find time for the things that matter most. Marcus Aurelius, for instance, found time to read despite his immense responsibilities as emperor, and Epictetus continued his studies even while enslaved. If they were able to do this, so can we. Seneca teaches us that the real obstacle to accomplishing what we want is not the shortage of time, but rather the way we squander it. Time itself is not inherently scarce. It is our mismanagement of it that causes the problem. By allowing ourselves to become distracted by trivial activities, we end up sacrificing moments that could otherwise be enriching. The way we manage our time is a matter of choice and discipline. If something is important to you, like reading, then it should become a priority, rather than allowing distractions to take precedence. Organizing your day and carving out moments for what truly matters is key. For example, setting aside an hour before bed to read could be a simple yet effective way to invest in your personal and intellectual growth. The issue is not that time is limited, but rather that we need to be more mindful of how we spend it. Time is an incredibly valuable resource, and as Marcus Aurelius wisely pointed out, life is short, but it is long enough to live well and dedicate ourselves to what truly holds value. Therefore, we should view time as our ally, not as our enemy, and prioritize activities that promote our development and well-being. Writing serves as a powerful tool for self-reflection, one that the Stoics valued greatly. Marcus Aurelius, for example, wrote extensively about the importance of looking within, as he believed that true goodness and virtue come from within ourselves. This idea is foundational in Stoic philosophy, and it encourages us to turn our focus inward rather than seeking external validation or projecting our frustrations onto others. Writing provides us with a safe space for introspection, allowing us to observe our thoughts with clarity and calmness. By putting our thoughts on paper, we gain distance from them, which enables us to analyze them more thoughtfully. Seneca frequently engaged in reflective writing, using it as a means to understand and master his passions. Similarly, we can use writing to gain control over our thoughts by reviewing them as a general might inspect his troops. Which thoughts contribute to our highest good, and which are mere distractions or fears? Writing not only allows us to vent, but also helps us derive valuable lessons from our experiences. For example, at the end of each day, you might write about a challenge you faced and explore how Stoic principles could have been applied to handle the situation in a more virtuous way. Like the notebooks of Leonardo da Vinci, which were filled with ideas and observations that later led to masterpieces, our personal journals can become the foundation for a life well lived. Every entry is a step toward building our character. The practice of reflective writing is not just an exercise in introspection. It is an act of Stoic courage. By confronting our thoughts on paper, we demonstrate honesty with ourselves. It is a continuous process of refinement, helping us learn to distinguish between what is within our control and what is not. In a world filled with distractions and external opinions, writing becomes a refuge, a personal space where we can examine our beliefs and convictions. By aligning our thoughts with the Stoic values of virtue, reason, and harmony with nature, we gradually shape a more intentional and meaningful life. As Seneca said, the act of writing helps us learn, with every word contributing to our wisdom, serenity, and self-knowledge. According to Stoic principles, maintaining physical discipline is crucial so that the body does not interfere with the clarity of the mind. As Seneca explains, we must treat the body with rigor so that it remains obedient to the mind. The goal is to ensure that the body does not become an obstacle to our mental clarity and emotional resilience. This requires regular physical exercise and maintaining a healthy routine, even engaging in challenging activities, to ensure that the body remains under control. By doing so, we cultivate an inner strength and resilience that are vital when facing pressure or making important decisions. Treating the body with discipline strengthens both the body and the mind, enabling us to better handle the challenges life presents. Physical training and personal discipline are essential for developing a mind that remains steady and focused, especially in situations of high pressure and when critical decisions must be made. Engaging consistently in such efforts is not just about physical conditioning. It is a preparation that ensures the body is ready to face challenges, allowing the mind to maintain control and clarity when swift, deliberate action is necessary. Consider the example of a dedicated athlete preparing for an important competition. Every training session becomes a lesson in self-discipline and inner resolve, conditioning the body to endure intense physical exertion. Through this process, the athlete not only enhances physical performance, but also fortifies mental strength, ensuring that during decisive moments they can respond with accuracy and self-assurance. Thus, caring for the body is more than a matter of health. It is a vital practice for mental stability and peak performance. It strengthens the connection between physical discipline and mental resilience, allowing one to navigate life's challenges with poise and determination. Turning inward, we find another powerful Stoic practice: meditation on mortality, known as memento mori. This reflection on death is not meant to instill fear, but rather to cultivate a deeper appreciation for life. Stoic wisdom urges us to confront the reality of death not as a far-off event, but as something that unfolds with each passing minute. Time is fleeting, and every moment that slips by is a moment we no longer have. Memento mori, or remember death, serves as a potent reminder of life's impermanence. It emphasizes that our time is finite, and once gone, it cannot be reclaimed. With this perspective, we are encouraged to approach each action and decision with purpose and presence. Knowing that our days are numbered inspires us to live more fully and to devote ourselves wholeheartedly to what truly matters. For instance, when we pour our complete attention and effort into a task, we are acknowledging that we are making meaningful use of our limited time. The awareness of life's brevity and unpredictability pushes us to avoid wasting our energy on the trivial or superficial. Rather than being a grim thought, memento mori becomes a call to live more intentionally, with a sense of urgency and meaning, recognizing that each second holds value and is irreplaceable. Another cornerstone of Stoic living is to seek out motivation through the study of history's most virtuous individuals. True inspiration often arises from observing the lives and character of those who pursued greatness through the consistent practice of virtue. According to Stoic philosophy, looking to the lives of people who committed themselves to self-improvement and the cultivation of moral excellence can be a profound source of encouragement. Marcus Aurelius reminds us that there is nothing more uplifting than witnessing virtue in action. It reinforces the possibility within ourselves to cultivate the same qualities. To sustain our motivation, we benefit from examining the lives of remarkable figures, people who have stood out for their character, perseverance, and achievements. Their journeys illuminate what is attainable and demonstrate how challenges can be met with strength and integrity. Epictetus also teaches that we should direct our focus toward the virtues we admire most in others and consciously work to develop those same traits in ourselves. For example, reflecting on a mentor or a historical figure whom we deeply respect can help us extract lessons from both their triumphs and their failures. These reflections offer valuable insights into resilience, determination, and the steady pursuit of excellence. By staying focused on such examples, we nurture our own inner drive and maintain clarity about our personal goals. The journey toward excellence is not without its trials, but it is also rich with rewards, for those who persist. Motivation, then, lies in identifying and drawing strength from those who embody the principles we wish to live by, those who have walked the path of mastery and virtue before us. By contemplating their lives, we find guiding lights to shape our own. Have you ever felt like your mind is an open notebook filled with 1,000 tabs all running at once, yet none of them actually helpful? You're definitely not alone in feeling this way. In today's fast-paced world, overthinking has practically become a full-time sport, though unfortunately not a healthy one. We've been conditioned to believe that if we're not constantly solving a problem, then we're being unproductive. But here's the truth. That very mindset is what's draining you. Let me share a secret with you, one that's both simple and powerful. You don't need to overthink to live well. In this video, we'll explore how Stoic philosophy offers 10 transformative strategies to protect your mental energy from bursting like a birthday piñata. Stick around until the end, because the final strategy might just surprise you. It's based on a truth we often overlook. Less really is more. And once you start detoxifying your mind from the clutter of useless thoughts, you'll gain something incredibly valuable: inner peace. So if you're ready to stop being a captive to your own thoughts, come along on this journey of clarity. And yes, letting go is the first step. But before we dive into the strategies, let me tell you a story that will help you fully grasp the wisdom behind this message. There was once a young traveler named Lucas who set off on a long journey in search of wisdom. After walking many roads and meeting all kinds of people, he finally arrived at a secluded monastery nestled high in the mountains. There, he met an elderly teacher known for his unshakable calm and mental clarity. Lucas, exhausted and burdened by a whirlwind of thoughts, knelt before the teacher and asked for help. "Master, I can't quiet my mind," he said. "My thoughts overwhelm me. I can't rest or enjoy the moment. How can I find peace?" Without saying a word, the teacher handed Lucas a cup and began to pour tea into it. The tea reached the brim and then began to spill over, flooding the table. Lucas, startled, said, "Master, the cup is full. It can't take any more." The teacher smiled and replied, "Exactly. That's how your mind is, so full that nothing else can enter. To find peace, you must first empty the cup." At that moment, Lucas realized that his thoughts had been piling up like the overflowing tea, one after the other, until they drowned out his calm. The first step to detoxifying his mind was clear. He had to release the unnecessary. The teacher then shared 3 simple yet powerful strategies to help Lucas begin this process. First, breathe and observe your breath. The breath is your anchor to the present moment. When you focus on it, your mind is gently pulled away from the chaos of constant thinking. Take a few minutes each day to breathe deeply, to simply observe your thoughts as they come and go, without judgment and without clinging to any of them. Second, write and release. Sometimes your thoughts need a place to go. Writing them down creates that space. It's like tidying up a messy room. Putting pen to paper helps clear your mind of the clutter and frees you from unnecessary worries. Lastly, focus on what's essential. Not all thoughts are worth your time. Learn to distinguish between what truly matters and what's just noise. As Stoic wisdom teaches, don't waste energy on things outside of your control. Let go of what doesn't depend on you and turn your attention to what you can change. With time, Lucas began practicing these principles. His mind slowly grew quieter, and the mental storm he once carried began to subside. Now, whenever he faced inner turmoil, he remembered, empty the cup. Because peace of mind doesn't come from trying to control every thought. It comes from knowing how to let go. Now let's begin with the first strategy, the art of letting go. Let's be honest, we've all been stuck in that dark place in our minds where questions like what could have been and what should happen pile up, leaving us emotionally drained. Often we cling to these thoughts as if our entire life depends on them. But here's a question for you. That thing you keep replaying in your head, can you even control it? If not, then why let it torment you? Yes, I know. It's easier said than done, but here we're going to talk about practical ways to stop being a prisoner of your thoughts and start clearing space in your mind. Because, believe it or not, letting go is the very first step. One of life's biggest ironies is this: the more you try to control everything, the more you realize how little you actually can. You spend your days planning for every possible outcome, anticipating problems that might never happen, and you miss out on living in the moment. It's like trying to stop the wind with your bare hands. The Stoics called this kind of mental exhaustion a waste of vital energy. Epictetus, one of Stoicism's great teachers, said life is made up of two categories: what depends on you and what doesn't. And yet, we spend the majority of our time obsessing over things we can't change. Letting go of control isn't about giving up, it's about becoming smarter with how we use our energy. Think of uncertainty as an uninvited guest at your party. At first, it annoys you, but after a while, you stop resisting and learn to coexist. When you stop fighting the unpredictable, you start to free your mind. Try this. Imagine wearing a pair of glasses that only let the truly important things through. When a negative or useless thought appears, ask yourself, is this truly important? Can I do anything about it? If the answer is no, then let it go. It's not worth the space it takes up in your head. Think of it as spring cleaning. You wouldn't keep broken things or junk in your home, so why do it in your mind? Also, remember that your mind can behave like an unleashed dog, and your thoughts are the sticks you keep throwing. The solution is simple. Stop throwing the sticks. Bring your mind back to the present, over and over again, until it becomes your new habit. Mindfulness is a powerful way to ground yourself. It's not about having a blank mind, but learning not to be dragged away by every little worry or fear. Accept, too, that you can't please everyone. Trying to do so is like trying to catch water with your hands. In the end, you'll just feel exhausted and frustrated. Letting go doesn't mean you're quitting. It means you're choosing to protect your peace. It's a conscious decision to stop wasting energy on things that don't serve your growth. Stoic philosophy teaches us that true freedom doesn't come from controlling everything. It comes from controlling how we respond to what we can't change. Paradoxically, the way to stop overthinking is to stop trying to control what can't be controlled. So when life asks you to let go, do it with grace, because only by doing so can you truly move forward. And take this to heart, my friend, those who learn to let go are the ones who truly learn how to live. Now let's talk about something incredibly simple but often forgotten: a minute of silence. Have you ever tried to put out a fire by throwing more fuel onto it? Of course not. So why do we try to solve mental chaos by thinking even more, as if giving it one more round of thoughts will finally bring clarity? What if I told you that the smartest thing you can do in those moments is stop? Yes, you heard me. Just stop. There's real magic in conscious pauses. A brief moment of silence, if done with intention, can detox your mind better than any self-help book on the market. We live in a world that moves so fast, we've forgotten one of the most healing acts: to simply breathe. And no, I'm not talking about the automatic breathing you do without thinking. I mean taking a moment to pause, to let everything go, and to simply be. Sounds scary, doesn't it? Because we've been told that being busy equals being productive, that if we're not fixing a problem, we're wasting time. But that's where we're wrong. Sometimes what we really need isn't more thinking. It's a break from thinking altogether. Taking a conscious pause is like switching your phone to airplane mode. The messages and notifications are still out there, but you choose when to reconnect. This pause is a simple, effective tool for mental clarity, a reset that the Stoics deeply believed in. They called it contemplation, because honestly, what good is constant thinking if your head is just a tossed salad of badly dressed worries? The next time your thoughts are racing 1,000 miles an hour, take a moment to stop. Close your eyes. Take a slow, deep breath. Let your thoughts drift past like cars on a busy highway. Don't try to catch them, don't wrestle with them, and don't analyze them. Just watch them come and go. This simple exercise is like switching off the TV when the channels are full of static. Stop being the overzealous detective examining every inch of your mind. Sometimes, the most powerful thing you can do is not try to solve everything. Imagine your mind as a fogged-up window. If you keep wiping it furiously, trying to see clearly, you'll only smear it more. Instead, let time clear it up naturally. With patience, the view becomes sharp again. Remember how, as a child, boredom often opened the door to creativity. You're not being told to chase boredom, but rather to embrace moments of doing nothing. Because, paradoxically, doing nothing often does the most. Stillness is where your greatest ideas begin to breathe. Set aside just 5 minutes each day to sit in total silence. No phone, no music, no distractions, just you and the quiet. You don't need to meditate or become a monk. Just allow the silence to speak. You'll be surprised at what it teaches you. The real issue isn't that you think too much. It's that you don't know when or how to stop. And that, my friend, is what drains you. Practicing conscious pauses is like letting your mental soup rest, allowing the flavors to blend naturally. You don't need all the answers right now. Sometimes the wisest response is simply to pause, to let things settle. From that stillness, you'll gain a clearer perspective. A clear mind doesn't mean a mind that's never full. It means one that knows how to release what it no longer needs. As Paulo Coelho once said, the solution often isn't in finding more answers, but in creating enough space for the answers to arrive on their own. Clear your mind with Stoic philosophy. Ask yourself how often you've gotten trapped in mental loops, obsessing over things that don't even deserve your time or energy. You're not alone. The human mind is like a hyperactive child on a sugar rush, constantly jumping, worrying, overanalyzing. But the Stoics, those wise old souls with calm eyes and flowing robes, held the secret to quieting the noise and redirecting focus to what truly matters. They taught that thinking less doesn't mean being shallow. It means knowing how to sort out what's worth your attention and what isn't. Why not train your mind the way you'd train your body? Stop overthinking everything. Learn to live lighter. One way to do this is to adopt what you might call a mental remote control. Just like you'd switch channels when something boring or distressing is on TV, do the same with your thoughts. When you're stuck in worry and mental reruns, change the channel in your mind. Another Stoic method is what they called negative visualization. Ask yourself, what's the worst that could happen? Imagine it, really see it, and then let it go. It's like preparing for a storm. You carry your umbrella just in case, but you don't spend all day staring at the sky. You get on with your life. Also, learn to simplify. Not every problem needs a deep investigation. Not every moment needs a solution. Your mind is like a suitcase. If you stuff it with things you don't need, every step becomes heavier. Choose only what truly matters. Let go of the mental baggage that serves no purpose, and practice silence. Not the kind where you simply stop talking, but the kind where you stop overthinking. Just be. Don't ask why you feel a certain way or what you should do about it. Just sit with whatever is present in that moment. The Stoics spoke about living in harmony with nature, and that includes accepting reality as it is, without piling on extra thoughts that only make things more complicated. At the end of the day, peace of mind is not about having an empty head, but about thinking with intention, less noise, more clarity. Living more isn't about packing your days with activities, it's about reducing the internal chatter. Train your mind to focus on what matters. That's where true freedom lies. Start by thinking less, but thinking better. Epictetus once said the goal isn't to have fewer worries, but to be more selective about which ones we choose to entertain. Every day, life can feel like an all-you-can-eat buffet of decisions. So many choices, so many mental dishes laid out before you, and in the end, you often end up overloaded, stuffed with more than you actually wanted. That's what happens when we don't create mental boundaries, when every little decision becomes an exhausting puzzle. But here's something that might help. Just make 3 solid decisions each day. That's all. Fewer choices, less stress, more clarity. It may sound too simple to be true, but this is Stoic wisdom in action. Your first decision of the day should be to limit the unnecessary. Let's be honest, most decisions we face are pointless. How many times have you stood in front of your fridge wondering what to eat, or stared at your closet trying to decide what to wear? Cut that out. Build routines that strip away those trivial choices. Decide your meals ahead of time. Pick out your clothes for the week. The mental relief from not sweating the small stuff is huge. The Stoics understood that peace of mind comes from simplicity. The calmest people you know, they're not calm by accident. They've cleared their lives of unnecessary complications. And when you clear out the clutter, your mind naturally quiets down. Your second daily decision is about focusing your energy. Think of your attention like a flashlight. If you aim it everywhere, the light weakens. If you point it at one thing, it shines with intensity. Decide what you're not going to think about today. You don't have to solve every problem at once. You don't have to consider every outcome of every action. Pick one thing that matters. Focus on that. Let the rest wait. This isn't laziness, it's wisdom. If your mind is jumping from thought to thought, it's like trying to fill a bathtub with a strainer. You're working, but nothing sticks. Get focused, and mental overload begins to disappear. The third decision is just as crucial. Choose to rest your mind. Not necessarily by taking a nap, though that's not a bad idea, but by consciously stepping away from your mental whirlwind. Let yourself disconnect, even briefly. Give yourself permission to breathe. Take 5 minutes to stare out the window. No agenda, just rest. You don't need to meditate for 2 hours, just stop. Even if it's only for a few moments, that silence is like a reset button. The Stoics never promised a life without chaos, but they did teach how to find calm inside yourself. If your mind is peaceful, the world outside can't shake you as easily. Less is more. Reduce useless decisions. Focus your energy. Prioritize rest. You'll notice how the weight you carry in your mind begins to fade. You can't control the wind, but you can always adjust your sails. And when you do, you'll feel the difference. Remember, simplifying doesn't mean you're less capable. It means you're smarter with your energy. Stoic wisdom reminds us that real freedom isn't about having endless options. It's about knowing when to say enough. Think about how satisfying it feels to throw out trash. There's something almost sacred in the act of clearing space, removing what's no longer useful. Your mind needs the same treatment. Every day we accumulate mental waste, useless thoughts, unproductive worries, and nagging doubts that grow bigger the more attention we give them. But just like you wouldn't let your home fill up with garbage, you shouldn't allow your mind to do the same. The problem is that mental clutter is sneaky. It builds up quietly, like a virus running in the background, draining your peace, your concentration, and your energy. We take in so much: news, opinions, other people's problems, and without realizing it, our minds become emotional landfills. So ask yourself, what systems do you have in place to filter what enters and stays in your head? That's where Stoic clarity comes in. By filtering your thoughts, by being mindful of what you allow to settle in your mental space, you can protect your peace and reclaim your energy. Let go of what doesn't serve you. Don't hoard thoughts like old junk. Instead, clean house, mentally and emotionally, and make room for clarity, calm, and the kind of life you really want to live. You might believe that your thoughts are beyond your control, but think of it this way. If you can decide what music to play on the radio, if you can choose to turn off loud reggaeton blaring on a Sunday, then surely you can also choose which thoughts to entertain and which ones to release. It starts by locating the mental junkyard in your mind. The Stoics emphasized putting your attention on what is within your control, and your thoughts fall into that category. So, when you catch yourself looping over something you cannot change, try visualizing that thought as an empty, noisy, rusty can, utterly useless. Then toss it out. Or better yet, recycle it into something constructive. Set aside intentional time each day to unplug. This doesn't mean you have to completely abandon social media. That's not realistic. But it does mean setting boundaries. 20 minutes of news is more than enough to stay informed. The world keeps spinning, whether you obsess over every detail or not. Your job is to live your life, not to absorb the chaos. If you're constantly worrying about what tomorrow might bring, here's a simple but powerful technique. Anchor yourself in the now. The next time you're overwhelmed by all that needs to be done next week or next month, pause and ask yourself, what is one small, concrete action I can take right now? That small, present-focused move will start to dissolve that anticipatory anxiety. Just like you take out the garbage from your home, start taking out the trash in your head. Stop hoarding useless thoughts, and instead, recycle the ones that offer something of value. Remember, Stoic philosophy teaches that it's not what happens to us that defines our experience. It's how we respond. Treat your mind as the precious space that it is. Fill it with what nourishes you, not emotional waste that depletes you. Let this sink in. Your mind is like a room. Declutter it of what no longer serves you and make space for what truly matters. Less screen time, more real life. Be honest. How many times have you fallen into the trap of saying, just one more scroll, or Let's see what else is there, like someone unconsciously reaching for another cookie and suddenly realizing they've finished the whole packet. You don't even notice that while your finger moves across the screen, your mind is becoming saturated with noise. Then, when you need your brain to focus on something meaningful, you discover there's no room left. You've become a passive observer of life, but not your life. Each time you dive into that endless stream of memes, updates, and headlines, it's not just your time you're losing. You're sacrificing your ability to disconnect, to reflect, to concentrate. Every swipe gives you a tiny dopamine hit, a fleeting pleasure like a piece of candy for your brain. But over time, this leaves you feeling hollower than fulfilled. The Stoics knew that inner peace doesn't come from distractions. It comes from mastering your mind and focusing on what's essential. But today's world seems designed to push you in the opposite direction. It wants you to flee from silence, to fill every moment with stimulation. What you might not realize is that this constant overload is what leaves you feeling so tired. Think about your routine. You wake up and immediately check your notifications. You eat while glued to a screen. At night, the last thing you look at before sleeping is your phone. Isn't it absurd that a device dictates every moment of your day? It's like being tethered to a machine that drains you more than it entertains or relaxes you. But what if I told you that you could start freeing yourself from this digital trap with small, intentional actions? You don't need to move to the mountains or permanently power off your phone, though that might sound tempting. Just start by taking short, conscious breaks throughout your day. Create little islands of calm by setting the phone aside, even if only for a few minutes. These pauses are like a reset button, returning your mind to its natural, grounded state, like a digital breath of fresh air. You can also set time limits for your social media use, like someone deciding in advance how many cookies to eat. It's easy to lose track of time online, but once you put boundaries in place, you'll begin to realize how much mental space you can reclaim. The Stoics valued moderation in all things, including technology. And please, don't fear silence. What terrifies us isn't the absence of noise, but the confrontation with ourselves, with the thoughts we've buried under the avalanche of distractions. Yet silence is exactly what your mind needs in order to heal and detox. Allow yourself to sit with your thoughts. Let them move through you. You'll begin to see everything with more clarity. And hey, here's a radical idea. Go for a walk without your phone. Really, no photos, no messages, just you and the world. It's more liberating than you might imagine. You don't need to document every moment. Just be in it. Suddenly the world feels wider, more real. It's a small rebellion against digital dependence and a powerful way to reconnect with yourself. The digital world was designed to grab your attention, but that doesn't mean you have to surrender your life to a screen. You hold the power to unplug, to find stillness in the chaos. As the Stoics would put it, true freedom isn't about turning off your phone. It's about mastering your mind so that external noise doesn't run the show. Listen closely. True rest isn't found by shutting down a screen, but by switching on your ability to live fully in the present. Take a breath and reset. Have you noticed how, in the middle of a whirlwind of thoughts, the first thing we forget to do is breathe? You might find yourself spinning in the same mental loops, lost in your usual worries, or juggling 100 thoughts at once. Yet the idea of simply stopping to breathe never crosses your mind. It's as if our brains are wired to overwhelm us, like modern Stoics facing the storm without the calm they once practiced. Breathing might seem too simple, too basic to be useful. Like, How could something so easy help you detox from something as complicated as mental exhaustion? But here's the truth. It's exactly what you need. Think of your mind like a computer that's been overworked. What do you do when it freezes? You shut it down and reboot. The same logic applies to your brain. When it's overloaded, a moment of mindful breathing acts as your personal reset button. When you're overthinking, your breath goes shallow and automatic. But if you intentionally take over, you can pause the mental noise. Inhale deeply, hold it, and then exhale slowly. Each breath becomes a small act of decluttering. Each exhale releases a bit of the mental garbage you've been storing up. That's how real detox begins, one breath at a time. Picture yourself as a Stoic sage, serene and wise in the face of modern madness. Breathe the way they might have. Inhale for 4 counts, hold for 4, and exhale for 4. It's such a simple rhythm, it feels almost silly, but it forces your mind to slow down, to break free from the frenzy. This kind of conscious breathing doesn't just calm you, it sharpens your awareness and helps you see life with greater clarity. Now imagine that every time your mind feels ready to explode, you open an imaginary window, not a physical one, but a mental release. You pause, breathe deeply, and let that mental fog escape through that invisible opening. It's an immediate relief, both symbolic and real. And then there's the easiest, most accessible trick of all, your reset ritual. Each morning, before heavy thoughts get a chance to settle in, take 3 intentional breaths. Inhale, exhale, with full presence. It's like prepping your brain to run smoothly for the day ahead. Try doing this before any major task, conversation, or stressful moment. Whenever chaos approaches, pause and breathe. This doesn't cost time or money, it just takes presence. In a world flooded with noise, simply connecting with your breath is one of the most powerful and effortless ways to return to yourself. So the next time you feel lost in thought, remember, breathing is not just a sign of life. It's also the easiest way to begin again. As Mario Alonso wisely says, whoever controls their breath controls their mind. It's funny, isn't it? How we sometimes get so worked up over things that don't even matter, as if we were waging our own personal Trojan war. Maybe your coworker didn't greet you, or your favorite show had a disappointing finale, or your neighbor decided to blast reggaeton at 8 a.m. on a Saturday. And there you are, turning your emotions into a battlefield, fighting over something that, if you paused for a moment and looked at it clearly, probably doesn't even deserve a second of your attention. Here's a hard truth that's worth remembering. Not everything is worth your time or energy. Picture your energy as a glass of water. Every drop represents your mental and emotional strength. Now ask yourself, would you rather pour those drops into watering a flourishing garden, or waste them trying to put out fires that were never yours to begin with? Choosing your battles is a constant exercise in setting priorities. If you spend your strength fighting every little conflict, you'll eventually be drained when it's time to face the ones that truly matter. It's like trying to juggle 10 balls at once. Sooner or later, one will drop. Stoic philosophy has always been clear on this point. While you can't control what happens around you, you absolutely can control how you respond. So, why not bring this into your daily life? It's easy to fall into the trap of wanting to resolve everything, as though you're the main character in a self-improvement drama. But here's the reality. You don't need to respond to every challenge. Some things are simply not worth engaging in. Ask yourself this simple yet powerful question. Is this situation going to matter to me in a week, a month, or a year? If the answer is no, you already know what to do. Let it go. Release it, just like you would let go of a balloon that no longer serves a purpose in your life. The more you practice this, the better you'll get at recognizing what's truly worth your time and what's just mental clutter. Reducing the number of unnecessary battles you fight isn't weakness. It's a method of mental detox. Because the less energy you waste on the trivial, the more you'll have for the meaningful. Imagine your mind as a closet that's overstuffed with junk. The only way to make room for thoughts that truly matter is by clearing out the old, useless worries. Sometimes, real strength comes from not stepping into conflict at all. Not every issue requires an epic response or sleepless nights. The wise, the Stoics included, understood the importance of discerning which problems deserve attention. When you stop reacting to things that don't hold real significance, you'll be amazed at how much peace begins to surface in your life. Life isn't just a series of endless battles. It's about learning to choose which ones are actually worth your effort. As Seneca wisely said, knowing when not to act is one of the greatest signs of wisdom. And here's something else to consider. Do less to achieve more. We live in a world that glorifies being constantly busy. Multitasking is hailed as a superpower, but what if I told you that this belief is actually a myth? That's right. Doing many things at once doesn't make you more productive. It makes you more distracted. Think of a fly darting around, uncertain of where to land. That's what multitasking does to your mind. Sometimes the real key to being productive is doing less. We've been sold the lie that handling multiple tasks simultaneously is the hallmark of efficiency. But the truth? You end up doing everything poorly. It's like trying to cook, have a phone conversation, and watch your favorite show all at once. In the end, the food turns out bland. You miss half the show, and your friend doesn't even feel heard. Multitasking robs you of your most precious resource, your attention. The Stoics had already figured this out centuries ago. Focus is power. That's why Marcus Aurelius didn't write his meditations while playing a game of chess. Deep focus means pouring all your energy into one thing at a time. But to do that, you first have to detox your mind from the chaos of modern life. Begin by doing just one thing at a time. Sounds simple, right? But really think about it. How often do you have 20 browser tabs open just in case? Learning to focus on a single task not only boosts your productivity, it significantly lowers your stress levels. It's like listening to one song and savoring every note without being pulled away by distractions. That's how you should go through your day, task by task, fully present. Don't let your attention be hijacked by trivial matters. Also, look around you. Your environment matters. If your workspace is full of clutter, papers, old coffee cups, sticky notes, it's no wonder your mind feels overwhelmed. Mess in your physical space creates mess in your mental space. Clear it out. Give your brain room to breathe. This idea is at the heart of Stoic philosophy. Simplicity and detachment from the superfluous. Even your digital space needs cleaning. Every notification is like a thief stealing a piece of your focus. If you really want to detox your mind, start by turning off those unnecessary alerts. Trust me, nothing is that urgent, and if it is, you'll find out soon enough. In time, you'll begin to reclaim your ability to concentrate. And don't underestimate the power of taking breaks. We've been conditioned to believe that constant activity equals productivity, but the opposite is often true. Your best ideas come when your mind is calm, not overloaded. Give yourself the permission to pause, to be still, to do absolutely nothing. Let your thoughts flow or dissolve entirely. Seneca said it well. True strength lies in the stillness of the soul. Mental clarity lives in those quiet spaces. The paradox of doing is that when you try to do it all, you end up accomplishing very little. The answer? Do less, but do it with intention and excellence. Simplify your life. Focus on what truly matters. As the Stoics showed us, a simple life is the path to genuine peace. One day, when you're older and wiser, you'll look back and realize that clarity didn't come from doing more. It came from learning to do less. And finally, understand this. Your mind is not a storage room. It's not a place to stash every single thought, worry, or problem as if they were boxes stacked on top of one another. Boxes you can't even remember why you kept. What happens when a storage room gets too full? It overflows. Chaos takes over. The same thing happens to your mind when you insist on holding on to everything. Each thought, each problem doesn't need to take up permanent residence in your head. Your mind is like a container, and every container needs to be emptied from time to time. Unfortunately, no one ever teaches us how to do that. So every night, you lay in bed with your mind buzzing, trying to recall if you sent that email, where you left your keys, or why someone didn't reply to your message fast enough. And so the mental accumulation continues, night after night. You become like a hamster running endlessly on a wheel of thoughts. But here's what matters. You need to learn how to empty that mental space before the day ends. No, it's not some kind of magic trick. The Stoics already had the answer. Not every thought deserves space in your mind. You can't control everything, but you can decide how you respond. That's where your power lies. Imagine making it a daily ritual. Right before bed, you do a little mental housekeeping. Just like sweeping the dusty corners of a room, you clear out the clutter from your head. One of the easiest ways to do this is through a technique called mind dumping. Grab a piece of paper or open your notes app and write down everything that's on your mind. Don't worry about making sense of it. Just let it all out, like emptying a shopping cart filled with random, unnecessary things. Another technique is visualization. Close your eyes and picture each thought as a cloud slowly floating across the sky. Don't hold on to them. Don't try to analyze. Just watch them pass by. Remember, not every cloud brings a storm. Not every thought needs to stay. True rest begins when your mind is at ease, not when the clock strikes a certain hour. Make mental decluttering a habit, and soon your brain will learn to release what it doesn't need. You are not a storage room. Your mind doesn't have to be cluttered like one. At the end of the day, all you really need is a clear mental space, one where peace can lie beside you instead of your worries. Like my grandfather used to say, what you don't let go of ends up weighing you down. What you don't clean out will eventually suffocate you. If you've made it this far, I invite you to write in the comments, "Not everything needs an answer." I'm eager to hear your own victories and experiences. Don't forget to subscribe, hit that notification bell, and comment. This helps YouTube recognize the value of this content and lets us keep creating meaningful messages for people like you. Thank you truly for your time and support. See you in the next video. Top of form, bottom of form.